Gaming 14. So, with how janky this whole situation is with running PC gamings, I'm not going to do the typical, like, run the intro, screen, etc. I'm basically just going to go straight into this just because I want to touch a minimal amount of things to ensure everything doesn't, like, nothing crashes. I think I figured out what's stabilizing everything, so, like, hopefully things are as stable as possible. This is all really just a test run for me and how all this stuff works. So yeah, future state for Baldur's Gate 3 streams, there's not going to be like any of the typical preamble, it's just going to be, just go right into the gameplay just so that it's less likely to crash. So on that note, we're jumping right in. Yeah, and this is how I know this works, is the fact that this is not janky looking when I move around on the camera. Because boy was it janky earlier. Pretty much. Yeah, I was like, I pretty much had to basically, like, clear out my entire, like, computer just to make sure, like, okay, nothing else is running except for the streaming software and the game and any other stuff that had to run. Alright, looks like everything's running good enough on that end, so cool. Yeah, definitely let me know if anything seems off, but it seems like everything's stable. Alright, cool. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of slightly still new like, this playthrough is gonna be, like, my big first giant delve into computer gaming. So if this goes well, that only bodes well for future projects, potentially. Of course, this is going to be a massive project. Okay, so yeah, last time I left off, Senna and company were wrapping up the Druid Grove side quest. Oh, right, this... Forgot he can show up in this area.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say. For your journey is just beginning. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service.
Usually I would have, like, progressed, like, through the map, and I'm not, like, I haven't gone like this 100% in the past before. So, normally I would have seen him, like, further down the map. Like, this is the first time I have seen him, like, this early in the map, so that's why I was like, oh, I didn't even know he could show up at this point. So yeah, this is Raphael. Am I talking to the mouse or the cat here?
Neither. The fox, rather. Hiding, in a word. A silent observer, about to break the silence. Of course, what I have to say merits some privacy, as well as some more, let's call it, refinement. This quaint little scene is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my tastes. Come. There, middle of somewhere.
Nice decor.
The house of hope, where the tired come to rest.
Nice place you got.
Lavishly. Go on, partake. Enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last.
Are these theatrics leading somewhere, my dude?
Are you not entertained? Well, pardon be it
I don't have any
for you to
yippies enough in my system to deal with this crap. Oh, who could have guessed that?
What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain.
Why would you help me?
Because my compassion is boundless. I stride among the needy, giving comfort where I can. And you're in dire need. One scar, 2 tenants.
Yeah, just,
I could fix it all.
yeah, we're gonna need something a bit more sturdy than that to deal with the devil. You're mad if you think I'll make a deal with a devil.
And what is madness but a denial of reality? Still, I have a feeling you'll change your mind before it's changed for you. Try to cure yourself. Shop around. Beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
I'll rip out your mocking tongue.
Ah, yes, the tongue. Yet another piece of pleasurable anatomy you'll soon have to do without. All those pretty little symptoms, sunburning skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
So yep, on top of everything else, we got basically a devil trying to make deals with us.
The devil with the silver tongue. An old fairy tale my father wrote to me. The kind with a hero, a villain, and them all. A farmer made a deal with the devil, so the story goes. In exchange for the farmer's dearest fruit, the devil granted him a bottomless coin purse. The farmer's dearest fruit, naturally, was no apple nor peach, but his beloved daughter. We can learn a lot from fairy tales.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe I should do like a plot summary at the beginning of each episode, because I know a lot happens. But the right teacher, yes. What are your thoughts on the devil, Will?
Refuse him no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost's always too great.
Don't worry, I have no interest in a devil's deal.
That's because you still have hope. But when he becomes your last hope, remember this. He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with. And then require more still. You might think you'd give up anything for a cure. But the devil won't take just anything. He will take everything.
Alright, so plot summary. So basically, give my best narrator's voice. So yeah, basically, Senna from Xenoblade Chronicles 3 has basically gone through her entire adventure, and kind of like when the worlds merged at the end of the third game, she accidentally came into a gnome druid body in the Baldur's Gate 3 universe. So in terms of what's actually going on with the plot, Senna, along with the other people in the party, these three plus 2 more that are at the camp right now, have these mind flayer tadpoles inside their brains. Within 7 days, they will turn into mind flayers, which basically look like octopus-looking eldritch abominations. And the process known as ceramorphosis is beyond terrifying. So they're trying to find a cure for this thing by any means necessary. So I'll go over the other two party members. Well, actually, I'll just do it in a second. Because you can go back and forth between camp whenever you want, even if you're not long resting. So we've got Astarion, who is the rogue high elf of the group. We've got Lae'zel, who is a Githyanki fighter. We've got Will, who is a warlock human. Gale is a sorcerer human. And then we got Shadowheart over here, who is a half-elf cleric. And I'm being very vague for reasons because none of their plot-relevant stuff has come to fruition at all yet, so that's why I'm being that vague. So basically, to summarize, we met Lae'zel initially. Basically, the Githyanki are like the sworn enemies of the Illithids. So that's why she's the most motivated to take care of this whole situation. So we met her first, and then we also met Shadowheart on the ship, and then the ship crashed, and then in this particular order we met up with Shadowheart, who landed right after us, and then we ran into Astarion, who's kind of just like in the plains. Gale was stuck in a magical portal, and we had to free him. And then we found Lae'zel, who we had to rescue from a tiefling's trap. So we did that, and then we found out that the druids and tieflings are being attacked by a bunch of goblins, and then that's when we met up with Will, who is kind of helping them out. So now we're kind of trying to do a couple things, like we're trying to destroy the goblin camp leaders so that the tieflings can head to Baldur's Gate in peace, and we're also trying to figure out some things, because let's say there's some shady things going on with the druids themselves. So we're going to figure that out later. And then kind of a bunch of just other random side quests. So that's currently where the plot's at. So yeah, currently I got Gale, Will, and Astarion in the party. Oh yeah, Astarion also fell flat on his ass last time. It was hilarious. Forgot about that. There is a Twitch clip. Felt so bad for him. Alright, let's go talk to the squirrels.
It hurts! It hurts! Please, make it stop!
Slow down, what's wrong?
Can you hear it? The singing. It's awful. Terrible.
It's quite a racket. You get to spare your ears by
We
leaving.
can't. Our brains are melting. Karina, drag me away. The big one is right. We should go before it's too late. With my last strength, I will save us both. Away! Away!
Something I hardly did in my previous playthroughs is do the talk to animals. I'm also going to try to speak with as many corpses as possible with that spell, just to... because you can also talk to corpses and ask them up to 5 questions. So yeah, now that we have that introduction, let's go talk to Elfira.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will change. No. I can't.
What's that tune you're singing?
More like butchering. Don't know where I bother.
Again, this game gives you plenty of opportunities to be an asshole. Are you alright?
I'm moments away from grisly death. At the hands of this bloody song. I can't. Nothing fits, you know?
Oh gosh. That's the creative process for you. Agony and ecstasy. Mostly agony.
True. And when you finally perfect a song, there's nothing like it. But when you're stuck and it's just getting worse, oh.
Can I help you finish the song?
It can't hurt. I have her. I have an extra note, if you want.
First things first, what's the song about?
My teacher, Lihala,
Yeah, I know, especially with the ragdoll physics of that game.
had two left feet mind. I remember waking up one night on the road and seeing her, dancing beneath the stars, a huge smile on her face. Thinking of it now, my heart hurts. And my words just seem to crumble, like ash. Wait. Words of mine will turn to ash. That's perfect.
Keep going. What would you say to your teacher if she was here right now?
That it's okay. That I'll be okay. And thank you for everything.
Alright, that's what your lyrics need to say.
Moon reminds me of your grace. All the love I can't repay. Right.
Song is beautiful, worthy of a few tears.
Thanks. That's the first time I've played since Lihala died. My teacher. She was playing her lute. Didn't even know it was coming. There was so much blood. I can still smell it.
Sounds terrible, I'm sorry.
It was awful. I couldn't look at the lute without hearing her screaming. I'd forgotten what it was like. That itch to perfect a song. The Weeping Dawn will be my gift to Lihala. I've a long way to go. But thank you. I needed this.
Off she goes. Alright, the next order of business is down here. So as you guys are going to find out pretty quickly, there is a lot of stuff that is optional in terms of side questing. You get rewarded, but like if you just don't go to certain parts of the map, it doesn't really have any effect on the plot, but boy does it add to the world building. Plus it does affect if certain NPCs live or die going forward in the story too, so depends on how much you want to do as far as completion. And this is why I did a long rest beforehand, because this is about to initiate a combat scenario.
Listen.
You should be standing out in the water. It's dangerous.
Don't you hear it? It's so peaceful.
I don't hear anything. Come back to shore.
No, it's just a bit of water. I only want to listen. Just a little closer. Yes, everything's gonna be fine once I get there.
Darn harpies. Get out of my swamp! Oh gosh, we all failed the throw, so now we're all being lured in.
What now? Down, monster. I'll make you pay.
Yeah, and this is why I saved before I did this, because yeah, if it, you could just get completely bodied if your entire party fails the throws. Harpies really do look like them, to be fair.
Don't waste a sec.
Alright, I'm the healer in this situation, so I gotta be careful. Hehe. Given this hits. 3 damage! Yeah, I'm telling you, normal doesn't mess around. Time to become Spider. Alright, Will snapped out of it. Time for Cloud of Daggers. Yeah, I should probably do this one. Alright. Take the potion. Senna's very proud of herself. Alright, yeah, I should probably prioritize killing this one. Alright, there we go. Yep, now Murkon's not going to be entranced by the harpies. Now he's got to focus on killing this darn thing. Yep, and there's another harpy. Nope, she's going after him. We gotta be careful. Okay, that one's dead. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rely on Gale at this point. Fast spider. Get some damage in on that. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Alright, I'll save his cloud of daggers. Okay, Yep, that was the smart play there. He has a kid, get the heck out of there. Alright, this is where I'm gonna save because, kind of also the downside to Cloud of Daggers is that, like, if the NPCs go in a certain direction, they might accidentally run into the spikes and die. So, like, just in case that happens. It's happened to me many a time. Woohoo! Alright, time.
Are they gone?
They're gone, are you alright?
No.
Yes. I don't know.
Take a breath, deep and slow, you're safe now.
That's what the voice said. I almost got to the nest, but the singing. I need to get back. Mole will be so mad. Wait, you should meet Mole. She'll be grateful you helped me. Find a boy called Donny. Tell him you want to see the dragon's lair.
Alright, now let's get the heck out of spider form.
That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, so to be fair, the tieflings really do look like that. Met with a lot of harpies, did you?
And worse. One time, my parents denied me a kitten, so I sold myself a tressum. Well, dear old Tara. Beautiful creature. Benefits of a wizard's education, you see. Of course, my considerable talent didn't hurt either. Well, that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat.
Such as...
There was that magma method once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch. Of course, in walked the housekeeper, screaming, yelling, panic, and before you know it, fire everywhere. Anyway, I'm glad we got that boy out of his predicament. Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for us.
Time to loot the bodies. It's pretty much that next critical step after you're done with combat. Loot the bodies! Alright, then there was a harpy that died over there. Oh, nope. Alright, yep. Cool. Alright, good job, team. Put some band-aids on Starian over here. And Will while we're at it. Time to apply some magical band-aids. Alright, I think everyone's good now. Because, yeah, meanwhile, Senna's got full health because the, all the damage she took got eaten by the spider form. Alright, got 47 gold in the barrel. Alright, yep, there it is. I think I might need Gale for this one. Given he can cast the spell I'm thinking of right now. Says it's in his prepared spells. Oh, I might not have... Yeah, he doesn't have any level 2 spells right now. Oh, never mind, I could totally make this jump. We're just gonna give Astarian shit for the entire playthrough. There we go. Alright, so yep, we got that, which we can go sell, and then we got another ring. Alright, so give Astarian this ring. Cast color spray. Yeah, and luckily the game will tell you, like, if there's kind of like a risk involved. Like, if you're gonna take damage from a fall, it'll straight up tell you that. It's just, yeah, for some reason in that encounter, Astarian, like, didn't jump with the rest of the party, so then he just fell flat on his butt. So much harpy blood. Alright, so I think there's like one thing for sure I gotta go do while I'm here. And then it's onwards to the rest of the map. Alright, make sure I save. Alright, let's go talk to Donnie.
He stares right past you, as if you were invisible. Or boring.
Donnie, isn't it? I want to see the dragon's
He
lair.
nods, then reaches for a concealed hatch.
Hey, thanks for showing me the door. I know, it's one of those like, why don't I have this? So yeah, this is where the tiefling children hide out. Because a decent amount of them are orphans because they're all like refugees fleeing their homeland after it was destroyed.
Well, look who's come to visit. My kids say you've been busy since you got here. Nikon says you got him out of a tight spot with some harpies. Gotta say, I'm impressed. You saved Arabella from the Druids. Don't know what those bastards would have done.
Happy to help.
And we're happy to be helped. Now, what can I do for you?
What are you doing down in this cave?
Making sure we're ready to leave when the time comes.
Now you might need help with something.
I do, as a matter of fact. Revenge. You saw what those bastards that run the place were doing to Arabella, scaring the precious mite. I want to steal that big, shiny idol they're all chanting at.
An idol? What do you think you'd do something with like
The
that?
important thing is to get it away from them. That ritual's gonna get us all killed. And we can sell it once we get to the city. Thing like that's gotta be worth a small fortune.
I'll see what I can do.
Be careful. They look as brittle as our bark, but they're vicious. Anything else?
Do you have anything to trade? Alright. Gain a spell slot. Increase player size. Buy thieves' tools. Scroll of see invisibility.
Anything else? You've been a friend to us. Come back anytime.
Yeah, there's some side quests just because it triggers certain things I'm not necessarily gonna do, but we'll see what happens.
Mole said I should thank you properly for the harpies, so I wrote you a story.
Aren't you the clever one? That's very kind.
It's about you. I hope you like it. You're the first grown-up who's ever put me here. Not bad.
It's like, to be fair, I am about your guys' size in this universe. Yeah, like, literally, I'm pretty sure Senna's even shorter than some of them. Alright, so that's pretty much all there is to do here, so let's go ahead and leave. Yeah, and that's definitely going to require invisibility. So that's definitely going to require a long rest in order to pull off.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first serpent.
Alright, let's see. No, we're not selling the pizza. Sell that. Actually, I'll keep the battle axe just in case. Yeah, so the more potions I have going forward, the better. I should be able to afford more things eventually, just not yet. Alright, I'll give Starion that one. I'll give Will that one. Then I'll give Gale a potion. Alright, cool. Then I'm gonna give Astarion all the trap disarm kits. Once there was a boy on a beach. He saw there was a harpy nest. He was a very good climber. He wanted to climb to the top and steal from the harpy nest, but the harpy was very mean. She sang a song and the boy forgot what he was doing. But then an adventurer passed by. The adventurer was very strong and killed the harpy in one blow and saved the boy. The boy was very cold and scared. He was standing in the water, so he was very cold, but the adventurer had saved him. The boy thought the adventurer was amazing. The boy wanted to be like that adventurer. He wanted to be strong and save people and never be scared again, just like the adventurer. The end. He's trying. Alright, send to... Nope, send to camp. Definitely want to keep those grease bottles. Alright. one to Will. Yeah, I'll give these both to Will. I'll keep those. Send it. Alright, go with that. Ooh, nice, what you having? Alright, Land, to go ahead and accumulate a short rest. Wait, where's Gale? He's still stuck on the cliff. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is something that can happen in this game, is that your party members will just get separated. Basically, the fixes do just initiate going to camp, send everyone to camp. And then you basically have them unjoin the party and then rejoin the party, and that fixes the problem.
What's on your mind? I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it. I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours. Go ahead, we're...
Alright, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, obviously without getting into any spoilers, despite the fact that I loved playing the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom, this took the cake for me, and that's saying a lot.
Doesn't ring a bell. Why?
Patriarch of the Tsar family. Nasty fellow, the history director.
I imagine it.
Alright, so yeah, we have a lot of different things we can go do right now, and I mean a lot. Ooh, nice.
We were on walks together. Aren't you, Dad?
What? In silence.
Keep a level head. Thanks, Ron.
Stop. You're a true soul. You can't die. Please, stay with us.
I don't think he's conscious. Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a step closer.
A strange silver glow is marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
His wounds look deep, I might be able to help. If the dice roll in my favor.
He's hurt badly, and Owlbear got him deep. If there's anything you could do...
I'm watching you.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming chance in him.
Try to block him out.
Where minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Aldrich and Brunner, new recruits, yours to shepherd.
She is a true soul. Mind her. She will... She... Edward! Ed! Please!
He's with the Absolute now. You're a true soul. Edwin, our brother, he was chosen. Like you. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
not that I'm gonna do this, but I just find this, like, so funny. Like, you don't even have to talk to people, you can just leave. You can just nope out of most conversations. Sometimes there's consequences, but it's hilarious. Why are you out here? The wilderness is dangerous.
You know that all too well, but the Absolute sent us here.
We're looking for fugitives, survivors from that ship that crashed farther west of here.
Those fugitives, tell me more.
I don't know what to do with Fraser. Anyone who survived that crash is bound to be injured. That's enough to get us started. The Absolute wants to follow. At any cost.
Forget the owlbear, you're still alive, so go.
And just leave it. I suppose he wants to go on. Find a way to honor his sacrifice.
May the Absolute guide us.
Off they go.
Spoke of the Absolute. Thanks that goblin Caesar. Curious.
Seems like a populism day.
Loot the body! Force your mind shut, you'll not be influenced by an illithid parasite.
Your muscles loosen. The tackle breaks free of its deceased taste. Your mind is your own.
Off it goes. Oh, a bunch of camp supplies.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well,
Need something?
This nest must be nearby.
A wizard saved his chest. Was an amateur either.
I think I got some stuffing to grab. The War Between Selûne and Shar. A dusty volume that speaks of the conflict between the sibling goddesses Selûne and Shar after Selûne ignited the sun and brought life-sustaining life and warmth to the universe. Scroll detect thoughts. Then I know we're gonna need incense for something later, so save that. Alright.
This thing about units contains easy.
Well, Santa tried. We got a pebble.
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear.
Which, yeah, in honor of a meal, we're calling it Steve.
Darkness.
We have Steve the Pebble.
What's this? Something weak, something tender. Won't even have to chew you before I feed you to my son. Soft meat. Stop! One more step and I'll rip your throat out.
No need for that, I'll just leave.
You see my nest, you see my cub. That makes you dangerous. An easy meal.
You need rest. Let nature heal you. This is no time for a fight.
A fight? You'd be a plaything, not worth the trouble. You can go, but you make one more step and I'll rip you to shreds.
Alright, bye. See you later. I just realized the amount of "we're having a sale" jokes I could have been making while I was dealing with that halfling merchant. We're having a sale. This is gonna turn into like the weirdest crossover known to man.
Considering you have some suggestions.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Or how about
The master of the room.
you already have the maximum number of gadgets?
Yeah, then we have Senna the Yippee Master. Hammer Extraordinaire. Okay, so yep, that's around the map. Alright. Unhand me, you darn vines. Alright, yeah, that's where I'm going, is up the left.
Keep moving, stranger. Quietly.
What happened here?
I told you to go.
I understand your fear, but I promise I mean you no harm. Natural 20.
There's death in your scent, but not in your words. Still, you should go. My friend is injured. He needs rest.
I don't think he's going to wake up.
Of course he will. And then he'll return home.
What's your name?
He calls me Scratch. You could do the same.
What happened to your friend exactly?
We were attacked. Capulet furry things on 2 legs. And their smell, it was strange, rotten, evil.
You know the creatures he describes. Gnomes.
Come on, you can travel with me if you'd like.
No, I won't leave him.
He doesn't wake up, follow my scent. I have a camp.
If it comes to that, I'm in. Thank you.
Just gonna casually take everything off his body. Gomwick, be doubly careful on the way back to Baldur's Gate. I've received more reports of attacks on travelers throughout the region. I can't have my best messenger winding up face down in a ditch somewhere. Watch yourself. Better late than never. Postmaster General Donzo. Davin, it's a boy. He's healthy and perfect. I've named him after his father. Come back and see us as soon as you get you can get leave. Love, Flora and Davin Jr. 9 figures. Won't come back to the city, not while you have your thugs looking for me. You want the debt paid, you'll have to trust me and collect it yourself. Go to the graveyard and look for where an M. Kerwin is buried. Get digging and you'll find enough valuables to settle matters between us. Don't go looking for me. I know when I'm safe. S.
Strange. It looks like he's so dead.
He's dead. Let's go.
The fact that you're not looking at it's pretty suspicious, Historian. Oh, they'll take the pig meat, I guess.
He's dead, my friend. Staring at us over your back. Come. We'll never fix these growing worms if we stop and gorge every piece of carrion we find.
Examine the boar's corpse. Of course, it's followed up by a natural 1. Oh my god. It's happened twice in a row.
The ball seems to be fresh, only a few hours dead. Examining the corpse, you see 2 small puncture wounds in its neck.
And is it dead enough for you?
You know something about this, don't you?
It's been drained of blood with wounds in its neck. It's been killed by a vampire.
What?
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to worry you.
Holy shit, they're real? Just imagine Senna just panicking.
Our people tonight. We won't have to worry about nocturnal visitors. Now please, let's go.
We're not just gonna end on that. Historian, darn it, explain. Explain, you rogue piece of crap. Explain. La la la, I'm not listening. Historian, Jesus Christ. Excuse me, Jesus doesn't exist in this universe. Drawn in thick charcoal lines upon an animal skin, this childlike portrait depicts 3 stick figures. A goblin with sparks in its hand, a square humanoid figure, and what seems to be an elf. Each of them is wearing a simple crown. Kaga plans to seal the grove shut, but the tieflings can't leave until the roads are safe from the goblins. We need to resolve this. There were 3 figures in the drawing we found. The goblins must have more than 1 leader. Mole asked us to steal some kind of idol from the druids. Alright, that's everything so far. Alright. So yep, we got a scroll of Ray of Frost, a scroll of Firebolt, and more stuff. Oh yeah, there's Steve. Send Steve to camp. Alright, give this to Mr. Suspicious over there. Then yeah, go ahead and sell the boots. More cheese. I know you're there, show yourselves.
You spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fucking stew in a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
There'd be no skewering happening here, now let me pass.
We got you surrounded. Here's how this goes. You take one step further, and we'll fill your front with arrows. Or you turn around, and your backside gets the same treatment.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Out of my way or I'll cut you down first. Just let me by and we'll pretend this never happened. Stand down now. Just let me by and we'll pretend this never happened.
Oh, suppose it's best to save our strength for a real threat. Go on then. Just keep your nose clean.
Alright, with that we get access to the village. The Blighted Village. Alright, I'll give Astarion the other ring. Yeah, let me make sure I save after that. Oh yeah, I definitely want to make sure I spawn in the warp point around here, otherwise I'm going to have to walk all the way around again. There we go, now we can warp back here. Yeah, there's a decent amount of stuff I could do, but I definitely want to make sure I long rest first. Because otherwise we are going to get smited. Especially with the increased difficulty. Yeah, I gotta go find a shovel. More cheese!
Creature's eyes roll back in its head, equal parts bliss and agony. She'd been feasted, and yet, looking into her eyes, you can see it wasn't enough. She's still hungry.
Come, see
what comes next before you see it. A sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate. Fine and moans softly as his body contorts, ribs cracking and flesh tearing.
Alright,
Blood does strike against her skull.
we're not letting this happen.
And goes still. Whatever horrific creature was growing inside the hyena dies along with her.
Trust me, you do not want to find out what happens afterwards. Tormentos. You can tell I use that spell a lot in my previous playthroughs. Eldritch Blast. Get back here, you coward. Oh no, the reinforcements. Yep, they turn into gnolls. Yeah, and trust me, this is going to become 1000% necessary once we start getting the reinforcements going this direction. Woohoo! Now go hide in the bushes. Because then they at least take some damage. Star's just gonna get pelted. Time for more spider. Alright. Actually, a heal wouldn't be a bad idea. There's so much blood. Time for more Eldritch Blast. Alright, good job, team. Holy crap! Now everyone stay the heck away from the circle. Deliver the chest to me unopened. Read the first sentence again. Open it and I will know because you'll be dead. This is not a threat. This is what will happen if you open the chest. Is that a threat or a promise?
What's on your mind? Apart from finding me an artifact to consume, which I assume you've assumed the appropriate urgency.
I think I have a magical artifact to be interested
That
in.
is most gratifying to hear. May I?
Give Gale a magic artifact. Alright, I'll give him the ring.
Thank you. That hit the spot. I could feel it work. The magic is like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside. A metaphorical demon, I hate to point out, but no less dangerous. The nervous bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Your condition sounds unpleasant, to say the least.
Oh, it's not so bad once you get used to it. And, on the plus side, my town in Waterdeep has never been so free of flutter. Sincerely though, I understand I ask a lot from you with few answers in return. But in time, all will be told.
Don't mention it. I'm glad I could help.
My lady, I bow your boundless
Gotta have lots of camp provisions. It's really just finger painting at this point. Oh my gosh. Okay. What's rule number 1? Save always and save frequently. You know, casually a severed head has one finds out in the wilderness and a foot. Ew. Ugh. Again, this is an M for mature game. Pile of bones. Bone.
How can I help? mean people were hungry for power, but Gale takes it a bit too literally for my liking. I wonder how he does it. Why he does it. I'm sure all will be revealed in time, but I don't like it. A waste of perfectly good treasure.
He's like, plus I was wearing that damn ring. Story will be fine, just chill.
Gale slapped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope he got what he needed from it.
Yeah, and yes, he literally is consuming the whole object. It's not just a magical essence. Potato. An arm.
I'm way too big.
Oh, I forgot, we still don't have a shovel. Alright, extract all ingredients. Hello!
One horn, the stink of Avernus, Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's the blade of frontiers. Thought I'd shake you with the good. I'll teach you to underestimate you.
You're the devil we've been hunting. Karlak, right?
Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the blade of frontiers. But
A great heat roars through you, her heat, fiery as the hells, and the lost in visions of demonic armies. You tear through a landscape of fire and blood all. You saw it from above as the mortal passed through Avernus. This woman's on the front line.
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out.
Another vision. Color's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape, outrage and desperation seep into you. She's a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, the fight I did.
when I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Near anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Stand down, Will. You saw what I saw.
Catches his breath and his lips tighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust the devil.
Gods, you're stubborn. Karlak's not a devil and you know it.
This is a sense now. Don't want this to end badly for either of us. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Obviously, I'm not what you think.
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was going to have to take your head.
Whew.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Truth then, eh?
Aye. Truce.
Huzzah!
Oh, we already knew that. And you are...
I'm Senna.
Well,
Yippee!
Nice to make it friendly around here. It's been tough going so far. I may not be a devil, but I can put the Blade's reputation to work. How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background, if your mom comes to see something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it. Swollen. Set a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of tear, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going.
Let's send them back where they came from.
Fuck yes. They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far for the scorching I gave them. Then we can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by their short hairs. Sound good?
She's, perhaps a little rough around the edges. But I suppose I could be smooth enough for two.
Sounds like a great plan.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off. Hang on though. Looks like you've got enough backup at your side. Not sure there's room for me. I'll catch up with you when it's time to camp for now. But don't get to any of the fun stuff without me. Got it?
Karlak has joined the party. Got some oil of accuracy, some wizard's bane oil, trap disarm kit, alchemist fire, and an arrow of ice.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Someone set you on Karlak's tail. I'd like to know who this source of yours is.
I can say only this. Karlak's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats.
You sound like a man with a 9 hells at his heels.
You're closer than you know. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
The penance? Should I be worried?
You're not in any danger, I promise. I can't say the same about me.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so let's go swap out party members so that we can... Karlak can do her plot relevant stuff. Alright, I'll probably part ways with Gale temporarily and have Karlak join up.
Devil and devil hunter standing shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy. Rather poetic, I think. I question the wisdom of that decision, but I'll be...
There's just some quotes I love so much. I question the wisdom of that decision. Alright, Karlak, you're up.
Hey, soldier.
So how did you end up fighting in the Blood War?
Trust me, I'll tell you all about it after we take care of the goons on my tail.
In your expert opinion, what's the best way to kill a devil?
Depends on the type. Ice devils hate an inferno, but that's an easy one. Orphans love projectiles. What they don't love is getting their bombs lobbed right back in their faces. Demons, on the other hand, every demon is absolutely singular. You can't ever think you've got them typed out. Sharp instincts, sharp weapons, and a knack for improvisation. That's the only way to survive them. Anyway, what were we talking about?
This isn't where I thought I'd end up. How about you?
Funny you should ask. I was just thinking about what would have become of us without that Nautiloid. I mean, I know where I'd be. Trapped in a van still, with the blade of frontiers on my tail. But what about you?
I'd be in the middle of another adventure, blessedly free of any tadpole.
I can picture you getting mixed up in some outrageous shit. Giants, beholders, Thayans, the works.
Mobius.
Once we've wrapped up with the current
Other crap.
we'll do the rest of it and find some new people of trouble to throw ourselves at. Soldier?
About those paladins you want us to confront.
Yeah, let's go straight there. Whatever those fucks are getting up to, it's nothing good. Just to say, by the way, they're not really paladins. Lackeys of the Archdevil playing dress-up as paladins of Tyr. No honour among devils.
Come on, we're heading out.
Yes.
it's moment time. Yeah, that was the one, like, excellent thing to come out of that whole, like, Morbius thing, was, like, people just turning it around with Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Instead of it's Morbid time, it's moment time. Alright, so, yep, we got Karlach joining the party for now, who has to level up a couple times. So yeah, basically she is the tiefling barbarian of the party. So yeah, health increase, danger sense, and reckless attack. Alright, more health. I'll explain what rage is in a second. You have to talk to animals. Alright, so there's a couple things a couple of subclasses. So Wild Heart. Your attunement with nature and its beast inspires you, your rage, empowering you with supernatural might. Violence is both a means and an end. You follow the path of untormented fury, slick with blood as you thrill in the chaos of battle, heedless of your own well-being. Wild Magic. The wild influence of magic has transformed you, sufficing you with an arcane power that churns within you, waiting to be released. Then Legacy of Avernus, Searing Smite. So yeah, basically Rage enhances your attacks by a lot. And it only lasts for a finite amount of turns, and as you kind of see, there is a Rage meter, so you can only use it 3 times between long rests. But it does last for at least a couple turns. I'm forgetting the exact amount of turns. But yeah, her default is an axe. Then she also starts off with a crossbow.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment. Alright.
Awfully fun. You ever got some laughing curse, have you?
I really read down to the madness. It's incredible.
All right, just keep it down. We're conspicuous enough without your hyena quarter.
Are you two okay back there? Oh, nothing! Don't mind me back here. Just twiddling my knives over here. Okay, grab some torches. Alright, let's give Will a torch. Give Karlach a torch. Everyone gets a torch. Casually gonna open the door. Fires wall. Tongs and a hammer. Time to stock up on booze. And I just got a cup. Yeah, you definitely want to check every single crate in this game, or as many as you can, because you never know which one's going to have a lot of really good stuff in it. Padded armor, potatoes, short bow.
Well,
Excuse me, I'm trying to loot over here. Grab this baguette. That's about as tall as, or about as long as Senna is tall. More cheese. tossing that immediately. You don't want the rotten food. Time to kick the door down.
Please, no more. Leave us in peace, and we shall leave you in kind.
Cut the crap, Anders. I know what you are.
Don't let her hurt us. Please, we just want to go home.
You can drop the act. I know you're servants of Zariel.
No! Certainly not. We serve Tyr, Lord of Justice, no other. Please, mercy. Half of us are badly injured, the other half dead. I admit, we ambushed you. An assignment from our gods here. We thought you a devil, and with your flames you proved us right. But Tyr will not consign us to our death. He is merciful. Leave us, and we'll leave you.
Enough of the charade. I know who you really are.
Enough! Enough! Can't play pretend anymore. Karlak, you're going home in pieces, needs must. And you'll soon learn what it means to ally yourself with the likes of this garbage.
The palace was never my home. It was my prison.
Yeah, pretty much.
Free now. And I'm never going back.
What she said. Taste my blades. Casual lightning arrow, I see how it is. Eldritch Blast.
Let's go.
Time to become Spire. Complete with poison. Thank goodness for the spider, oh my gosh. It would have been insta-kill. Two can have the high ground in this situation. Yeah, this is why I might have to long rest before I attempt this fight. Yeah, like I said, at normal and higher, the game gets really mean.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just got the long rest. Yeah, and like I said before, I'll go as far as I can on normal difficulty, but if it gets to be too much, I'm turning the difficulty down. But I'll see how far I can get.
Elsa. She's coming.
Oh boy.
Well, you've been naughty. And you know what happens when you're naughty.
God damn it. Anyone but her.
I forgot you can totally flirt with her. Just who in the nine hells are you?
Well, you absolute stinker. You kept me a secret. Time to let the Hellcat out of the bag. Call me Mizora. I'm Will's patron, the fount of his power. My pet's been unruly, and his leash needs a yank. We had a deal, Rory. But Carla's still breathing. I've taken more pleasant shits than you, Mizora.
Ooh.
Buried after. That's no kind of talk for a lady. By the way, Carla, Zoriel sends her regards.
You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster!
How precious. The little pupster's found his spark. Clause G, Section 9. Target shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless. Harlach meets the criteria, but trust me.
You better not lay a damn finger on Karlach.
Don't you worry. That ship has long sailed the Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay its price. To wit.
Well, birds and eyes of Avernus, the lioness skins of this strike his flesh. His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment.
Oh shit. Oh boy.
That's better.
What the hell have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms. Get used to the new form, pet. There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo. Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious maid. Karlach, keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you.
You're like, how about no?
Don't forget, our pact still stands. Ta-ta.
Be gone, scary lady.
I'll be honest, soldier. I'm reeling. Will hardly knows me, but he chose my life over his. Been a long time since someone stuck their neck out for me like that.
He's a good man. Maybe the best of us.
We can say that again. When he was chasing me through Avernus, I thought he was just another sad merc. How wrong I was. Hey,
Missouri said you fit the criteria for Will to hunt. What did she mean?
help me kill those paladins of Tyr, and I'll tell you a bit of good gossip for your good health.
You and Missouri seem to know each other. How...
We were both part of Zariel's inner circle. Her by choice, me by force. In the grand scheme of things, I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure, I've got the engine, but I wasn't even her strongest fighter. She favoured me like a child favours a captive pet. Mizora envied the attention, I suppose. I'm sure when Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted.
Do you think she'll keep coming after you?
I don't know. You think she'd have more important things to do? Devils and their pride.
I can see why you were so keen to escape.
No kidding. The fighting, the chaos, the betrayal. It had the makings of a good stage show, but I did not want to be one of the players.
God damn her, straight back to the house. Just look at
Here,
me.
here.
I did what was right, and Mazora made me pay for it. I'd be hunting devils and demons, she said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but no. Not Zariel's victims. Not innocent tieflings.
They're not pets tend to be unforgiving from what you hear of them. I was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment.
You warned me about Raphael, but are packed into Missouri? The Blade of Frontiers has some explaining to do.
I'll say what I can, but it won't be enough. It's Mazora who grants me the power to conjure armor and cast eldritch blasts. Before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast.
What are the terms of your pact?
I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. I can tell you most all else, but the pact, unforbidden, unless Mazora permits it. But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mazora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proudest deed. It was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn word. Well,
How does it feel to be a devil?
it's said that anyone who bathes in the river of blood emerges as one born anew. It's a lot like that, I imagine. I feel the weight of these horns on my head, curling upwards like a mammoth's tusks. I feel these ridges snaking down my neck, not to mention a few bumps and prongs in unmentionable places. But I haven't seen my reflection yet. Be my mirror. What do you see?
I see the Blade of Frontiers, no more, no less.
It's because you know the heart lurking under the horns. The people will see a curiosity, maybe even a beast hungry for their souls. And I will slay their monsters, keep them safe. And one day they will see the Blade of Frontiers again.
You should get out of this pact.
A possibility that's kept me awake countless nights. But I don't have a clue where to start, other than play her games and play by the rules. That's the only language devils listen to.
Can't we just attack her the next time she pops up?
We can handle for it, but it won't so much as chip one of her nailed claws. She'll escape to the hells, and if we succeeded, my life would be taken in exchange. My contract is very clear. I can bring Mazora no harm, She'll have to let me out of my pact willingly. The only
Willingly?
way is if I can out-bargain her.
I'm sorry.
With nothing but the clothes on our backs and the worms in our heads.
That is fear what she'll do to us next.
I'm so sorry to give you another reason to sleep restlessly, but it's my burden to bear. She won't touch you unless there's something there for her to take. Don't give her so much as an inkling there might be. Well,
What's on your mind?
Need something?
Something's wrong. I feel. Darkness, protect me.
Darkness protect me? What do you mean by that?
It's difficult for me to talk about. I'm sorry. Something the matter?
Be wary of false promises. The missing druid, Hansen was it? He may be talented, but only a Githyanki Sathis can cleanse an embedded tadpole.
Time to go to bed. So much cheese. Hey, look who's here.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Sorry about what happened to your master.
Master. Friend. I stayed with him until I knew he was gone. I'll never forget him. But I'm glad to have met you.
Pet the dog. It's the palate cleanser this game needs. Yeah, what's interesting is that I never really used the speak to animals spell hardly at all in my last two playthroughs, so this is the first time I've actually heard Scratch's, like, dialogue as opposed to just, like, dog noises. I know. Of course, a lot of people brought that up for, like, Game of the Year contenders, like, you could actually pet a dog in this game. Alright, off we go.
Hey, we're still going after those paladins, right? Can't leave Zariel's bruisers roaming the coast.
Right, don't worry, we'll go after him.
Good news. Can't wait to see him finished.
Don't worry, we'll get to it, it's just given we don't get our butts handed to us first.
Please, don't let her hurt us. Please, please. The tear will not consign us to our death. Enough.
Here we go. Spider Now I've got access to Cloud of Daggers. Alright, so she's got 32 health. Yeah, seriously, he's so powerful he can insta-kill a character. Like, that's how nuts he is. And yeah, it's like half the party got slaughtered all at once. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say I might have to turn the difficulty down. Yeah, because, like, my party shouldn't just get wiped out in one turn for pretty much doing nothing.
Please, don't let her hurt us. Please, the tear will not consign us to dinner.
Yeah, because even on easy mode, the game still doesn't mess around. Like, it is just a hard game. one down.
Let's go.
Well, so much for peace. Here we go again.
Forever dauntless. 2 steps at a time.
Critical, critical.
Fuck yes.
You're surrounded. Get her, Astarion.
Still breathing. Still breathing. Breathe deep and lift.
Forever, pal. On it.
How dare you push me? And done.
Fuck that. Fuck Thalia. I won't go back. I'll never be back.
And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left off, they'll find nothing but a pile of ash.
It's over, Carlac. I have the high ground. Easy, Carlac. Those flames are getting hot.
Not big enough. Now go before you get hurt. Now!
All right. Do 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 do. Ring around the will. Starring and Sen are just playing a game of tag. I love D&D shenanigans. I got you. Will's just like, what is my life? Alright, you good?
That's enough for little steam after facing off with those ignorants. Granted,
I'm telling you, I wanted to play this game on this channel.
how do I look?
And you guys have only seen a portion of it. Like, you should have melted a long time ago. How can you stand it?
Annie, I could go all night. Hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Lets me burn as hot as the hells. Seems to be running in overdrive since I left the birds. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I'll just make the most of the extra heat. Just don't get too close, till I've found a way to calm it down.
How in the hells did you get an infernal engine for a heart?
High pain tolerance. And a dynamic duo of true shitty bosses. But it's a bit early in the game to be getting into tragic backstories. Let's say Star Show for later, after we've worked up an appetite for tragedy. Meanwhile, I need to find someone who can tune up my engine sooner rather than later.
Believe me when I say this thing is hot. The first time I faced down those paladins, they let slip there was an infernal mechanic in the area. A tiefling. He might be able to stabilize things, if I can find him.
Wonder if they meant Damon, a tiefling weaponsmith.
A weaponsmith, huh? Not sure if he's the guy, but I'd love to find out. A tune-up would do this rusty heart a world of good. Hey, soldier.
How did you end up with such a contraption in your chest?
The year 10 year. The place, sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate.
Roll credits.
Carl, a knock-kneed delinquent from the outer city with everything to give and nothing to lose. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash, and I fell into the wrong crowd. Worked for a guy I respected a lot. Turns out the feeling wasn't mutual. Through the jigs and the reels, he made a deal with Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. But to war. I learned quick how to stay alive. And the engine served me when it came to killing devils. 10 years of that. The stories I could tell.
You mentioned a boss who gave you up to Zariel. Who was it?
Guy named Gortash. Politician. Inventor. One of these wheeler-dealer types who seems to have a finger in every pie. I guess I was naive to think everything he got up to was above board. What did I know? Saw a job. A good job. With people I liked. Doing work I was good at. Sometimes I'm jealous of that girl. Oh, it feels so invincible again.
What does that infernal engine do to you?
Gives me energy. Power. But you see it in action? Very hard to control. If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, enticed, I burn hot. Hot enough to burn anyone who gets close.
You must be, pent up.
I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try. One of these days I'll sort the whole infernal affair out, get myself cooled off, start making up for lost time. But, not today. Why are we slowing down?
Now that these paladins are out of the way, what's next on your agenda?
First things first, I need to get this engine tuned up. Things powerful, but it's been feeling volatile ever since I left the house. Can't be too hard to find an infernal mechanic around here, right?
Karlach's all fire and fury. I pray to the triad it doesn't consume her.
What can I do for you?
So, about that game of tag we just played, don't mention it, Karlach doesn't need to know. I mean, we're doing it for like several minutes, dude. I said shut up! Never. Blows raspberry at him. Alright, time for a short rest. And I'll use some healing potions. Got a hyena here. Oh gosh! Starian, stop going. Stop climbing around over there. Do 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 do. Time for battle. All right, elf boy, you're up. Excuse me, I'm a grown man. I said you're a boy. Cannot tell me what to do. meat shield in this situation, isn't he? Yes, help us! The elf is taking a lot of damage. Or just go further in the cave. You darn cowards. More spiders. He's like, oh great, more acid. Alright, Will, you know what to do. Cloud of Daggers time. Sounds like I've been through enough crap today.
But it won't hold them for long. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Use the power within you to make her obey the voice, to brave the flames and feast on the meat in the cave.
Deep in the chaos of her mind, something responds to your command. A temple. It is the source of the voice. She will obey it. She will obey you. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel
He's on a trip right now. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. I do not want those people to die. Astarion, no. We're setting the darn battle. And of course now Senna's paying the price for it.
Don't be a fool, lad. Shut your mouth and keep your head down. Leave the heroes to them. Don't value their own skin.
Search your mind for the source of the voice.
The beast daubs the symbol of the absolute on a cave wall. Blood, very deep. The temple struggles to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind.
You are of the same pack. Command her to devour the other gnolls.
Sensing your presence, the gnolls temple writhes in ecstasy, echoing your command. Its host will feast on gnoll flesh to control the hunger, to keep her teeth from your throat. A shiver runs across your mind.
And thus continues Astarian's drug trip.
Let's be on my way.
No holding back.
He's like, move, I dare you.
What path lies before me? Let's turn someone inside out.
Alright, good job, team.
Ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of her pack wasn't enough to satisfy her.
Dominate her mind, commanding her to feast on herself. Exert your mental power, commanding her to leave. Sever the mind connection, and prepare to fight. Critical. Critical. Alright, good job, team.
By the gods, you're a sweet sight. Are any of my crew still alive up there?
No, it's a grim sight. Excuse me. No, it's a grim sight.
This whole journey's been one grim sight after another. Devils, goblins, drow. Resin Road's more dangerous than ever. You're the first friendly face we've seen since Eltergard.
Yeah, Eltergard's a long way from here. Where are you headed?
We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Got some cargo
Don't mind the
to do
spider over there.
We just stopped to make along
She's
the way.
fine. Where's that?
Joaquin's Rest. It's just up the road. I'd be enjoying a mug of ale right now if those beasts hadn't jumped us. Listen, you look like you know how to handle yourself. You should meet my associates. We've got our own drinking spot by the tavern. Invitation only. Tell the fellow on the door. Little serpent, long shadow. He'll take good care of you.
What's in the chest, yo? Cargo?
Aye, the whole reason we're in this mess. Trinkets for some rich tosser in Baldur's Gate. He gets his shiny baubles, and we get a handful of Terrans.
Tariffs are the currency of the Centauri, a network of merchants and mercenaries with few scruples.
A lot of people died for those baubles.
Rich men place more value on wine and fine clothes than on the lives of folks like me.
It's a pretty bit of frippery that'll sit on a mantle gathering dust. But the pay for delivering it makes the risk worthwhile.
Everything still seems stable. Yo, Zentaro, your people don't deal in baubles.
You know who we are. Very clever. And you probably also know it's not smart to interfere with Zent's business. This is the point when a clever lad like you accepts my gratitude and walks away.
You're missing a golden opportunity here. Report the cargo lost and we can sell it ourselves.
I like the way you think. Didn't expect to turn this horror show to my advantage. But why not? The chest's all yours. Down very thin, tighter than the Duke's purse strings. So there's no point in trying to open it. I know a fence in Baldur's Gate who'll take it off your hands. No deal will be the wiser. Don't try to cut me out of the deal, though. The Black Network has eyes and blades everywhere. Crafty swine like you could make a name for yourself in the Zantara. Make sure to drop by our hideout.
Thanks, Astarion. Hey, didn't mention it. Gold, drow poison, crossbows, speedy reply. Time for more body looting. Shattered flail, bone, skull, and a mind flayer parasite specimen. Alright, Astarion, you're up. Oh, and you got a lockpick. Reason's Grasp and 109 gold. Yeah, hard to lockpick. Not for this dude. We broke our seal in the chest. No point in returning it to the owner now. Guess it's ours. Damn it, a tiefling smith might be able to help Karlak with her engine. Same situation. We met Will's diabolical patron, Mizura, who was none too happy to find that Will failed to slay Karlak. She punished Will for his disobedience by turning him into a devil and departed, though it seems like we'll likely meet her again. We gave Gale a potent magical item and was able to absorb the weave inside. His condition stabilized, though he warned us an ongoing struggle. We should prepare for the next time the need arises.
I've got a long road ahead.
Alright, 64 gold and an iron flask. A flask that can hold friends and foes, likely to make the former the latter. Send that to camp. When the wearer chooses to end their rage, they gain 15 temporary hit points. Definitely sounds like a Karlak item.
No one's stopped me yet.
Let's see. When the wielder hits an enemy with this weapon, they gain momentum for 2 turns. I have a magical scimitar. Yeah, and they don't even care. They're just like, yeah, just give us the money later, that's all we care about. Alright, so then I was gonna go back to the Grove and go sell stuff. Well, and also go talk to Damon.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Now give me all your money! That'd be good for a magical item for Gale, so I'll keep that.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Send the flail to camp, send that to camp. everything else can stay then. Then I'll go ahead and buy some stuff.
Need anything else?
Alright. So yep, now he's got a scroll of clouded daggers. Plus some other scrolls. Oh, he's got a scroll of Misty Step. That's gonna be useful later. Yeah, I'm also gonna grab that because that's also gonna be critical later. Grab that. Grab the potions. Then as many trap disarmament kits as I can purchase. Alright, cool. Buy one of those. Actually buy two of those. Fire arrow. Oh, he's got a shovel, crap.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Oh, cool, it's only 2 gold. Alright, we have a shovel now. You got a shovel. Oh, we're gonna go talk to Damon. Bury the corpses and dig up some treasure. So much treasure.
Thought I sensed an inferno around here. But you are from Baldur. What's your story?
Spent a good bit of time in the house. Enlisted against my will by the Archdevil's army. Same as you, I suppose, if you're from Elturel. The devils were delighted when your city was swallowed up. I thought they had you for keeps. Glad you got out.
I got lucky. It looks like you did too. And you brought some infernal machinery with you.
And then a gift from Zaru. Keeps me burning hot.
Very hot by the sound of it. Might be burning out a piston ring or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
You like ghost? But don't get too close or your eyes will melt shut.
My eyes!
You really are burning out. Whoever put that engine together tried to house metallogized Timano valves inside a Ragnar's tunnel piece. Very risky. I might be able to help. I need infernal iron. And the prayer that my hand will survive the work. That thing is the next operator outside of us. I'm not sure how much longer it'll keep running the way it's going.
Will you be able to turn down the temperature a little? Worried I'm gonna go in for a handshake and singe someone's arm off one of these days.
I worry about surviving the night first. And help one, help both. If we can pull you off, it'll stabilize your engine and allow you to touch whomever you please.
Where should we look for infernal iron?
I've sensed some during our travels. It has a pull to it. Absolutely magnetic once you know what you're looking for. I can show you where I do.
We'll keep our eyes open for some iron.
Meanwhile, I've still got plenty of weapons and armor in stock if you're looking to lay down.
If I had the money.
For sure.
Hey,
Sounds like we need to fix your All we need to fix your engine is to find some infernal iron.
Let's hope Damamin's as good as he seems. Once my engine's handled, I can focus on more important matters. Tadpoles, cults, frosty heights.
Like, I could use a good beer right now. It's a rat! Alright, so...
It looks so nice in the other stars.
Up the city, huh? Swish. Never spent much time there himself.
I'll happily take you if you survive this bug's banquet.
Sounds good. I've always been curious what a Patreon looks like.
On the travel.
Critical. Let's go get that infernal iron. One gold. One. Ooh, a bunch of clothes. Got a couple of gold. Ew, rotting cheese. Oh, there's a couple of goodies in there. Oh, shoot!
No one back home will ever believe this.
Starring, you're up. 30. High cliffs, blueprints, and gold. Precise arcs and neatly drawn lines from the blueprints of 3 weapons. Great sword, a sickle, and a dagger. Each length and angle is marked with exact measurements, and forging instructions are printed carefully along the bottom of the page, emphasizing an unusual ingredient, susser bark. The susser bark can only be applied to an ordinary unmodified blade.
They call it the susser bark. There's only one way to find the comfort room. The Underdark.
Alright, you're up again. Yep, there we go. Steel forged sword. And a blacksmith's note. Specimen metal, hardness 9.5, very hard. Melting point unknown. Color silver. Markings red lacerations flecked with yellow dust. Source Underdark? Notes. Gift from Redacted. Faintly sulfuric odor. Forging unsuccessful. Will not melt or warp at standard temperatures. Senna, drop the barrel.
idea.
Alright, that should be everything, so let's get the heck out of here.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
And I said he'd definitely keep at least one weapon, so I'm gonna keep the sickle.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
We're back.
How fast the search?
I found the infernal iron you mentioned.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my helm should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment. There. You'll have to install it, I'm afraid. I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all realms to prevent that.
That feels good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure.
Yay!
I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. me again with Baldur's Gate. If I'm worth my salt, I'll have figured something out by then. Take care, Connor. And hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. Pocket any infernal iron you find along the way,
Donald's upgrading calmed me down. It juiced me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
Let's find some evil for you to smack then.
Bring it on.
Alright, so that's been resolved for now, so then... what was I gonna do next? Because there's a lot of stuff I could go do. Yeah, because there is Kaga's investigation down here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head down south from the village next. Well, first things first, I haven't really investigated the village 100% yet.
Shouldn't we wish living more interesting times?
Natural one, what the heck, dude? And then just immediately makes up for it with a 30. A haste helmet, 56 gold, a healing potion, and potion of glorious vaulting. Triple your jump distance, oh my gosh. There's gonna be a fight up here.
Look what we got here. Another little birdie wanting to fly. Stop this thing!
I'll be there in a minute!
Some more, and I'll feed you a worm. And you. Hope you got a stomach for rights.
What the hells are you doing?
What's it bloody look like? We teaching this here pipsqueak to fly.
Release that deep gnome at once, he's a kin of sorts to me.
Wants to save your ranty little friend, do ya? Not a chance. He's ours.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I won't let you harm a defenseless being now without a fight. All of you lot against one deep gnome, you should go find a better target. Read the goblin's mind, you'll release the gnome, that's an order. Natural 20.
I reckon we could do better than this run, eh? We're leaving. What about the other gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to... I said we're leaving. There'll be richer pickings than these little gnats someplace else. Right then.
I'll get you down in a minute. Oh, cool, we all got a level up. Alright, got a level 2 spell slot, and now can turn into a Deep Wrath. Cast Dancing Lights and charge its enemies, and also a Dire Raven. Cast Guidance, produce Flame, Resistance, or... yeah, I'll do Guidance. Alright, then select a feat. And then this is per character, and there's basically a lot of different things you can do. Increase one ability by 2 or 2 abilities by 1 to the maximum of 20. Your charisma increases by 1 to a max of 20. You gain a +5 bonus to initiative and can't be surprised. Your strength or dexterity increases by 1. You gain charger, weapon attack, and charger shove. When you make crossbow attacks within melee range, the attack rolls do not have disadvantage. When attacking wielding a finesse weapon you're proficient with, you can use reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your armor class, possibly causing the attack to miss. You can use two-weapon fighting even if they're not light. You get advantage on perception checks. Constitution increases by 1. Your spells ignore resistance to a damage choice of your type. Mastery over great weapons. You gain armor proficiency with heavy armor. Strength increases by 1. You gain armor proficiency with light armor. You gain 3 luck points. When a creature casts a spell within melee range of you, you have advantage on any saving throw. And then you can learn cantrips from those classes. You learn 2 maneuvers from the Battle Master subclass. You got medium armor, your movement speed increases, proficiency with medium armor. You gain musical instrument proficiency. When attacking with a glaive, halberd, quarterstaff, or spear, you can use a bonus action. Increase in ability by 1. You can learn 2 ritual spells. When making melee weapon attacks, you roll your damage twice and use the highest result. When an enemy within melee range attacks an enemy, you can use a reaction to make a weapon attack against the enemy. Your ranged weapon attacks do not receive penalties from high ground rules. You gain a +2 to dexterity saving throws while wielding a shield. You gain proficiency in 3 skills of your choice. You learn a cantrip. When you make an unarmed attack, use an improvised weapon, or throw something, your strength modifiers are added twice to the damage. You gain a maximum increase of your hit point maximum increases by 2 for every level you gain. Then you gain advantage on saving throws to maintain a concentration on a spell, and then you gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice. So yeah, you get a lot of options, and I forget if you get like 2 or 3 feats collectively by the time you max out your level ups, but the next one doesn't happen for a while. So you definitely want to choose wisely. I think I usually always defaulted to starting out with tough just so I had more hit points, especially on the higher difficulties, but other things could pay off as well, especially like having initiative in the turn order. That also really comes in clutch. Plus, you can kind of like mess around too to kind of figure out like, okay, is this what you really want or not? Yeah, so I can learn Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I'll do Bone Chill. Then let's see, Armor of Agathis, gain 5 temporal hit points and deal 5 cold damage to any creature that hits you with melee attack. Deals 2 to 12 necrotic damage, prevents target from using reactions. Hellish Rebuke, react to your next attacker with flames that deal 2 to 20 damage. Hex, make your attacks deal an additional 1 to 6 necrotic damage to the target and give it disadvantage. And then I went over the other ones already. Alright, so these are the 6 spells I can use right now. Let's see, what do I want to use? A hold person might be useful. Alright. HP increase, gets another spell slot. So I'll put Disguise Self, and then I will... see what Wizard has to offer. Get Ice Spell and Poison Spray. And yeah, he could use Magic Missiles already, so I'll do that one. Okay, I'll do Bone Chill, and then... Invisibility or Misty Step. Yeah, I'll do Invisibility. Especially since that's going to be relevant later on. Then I'll get it some healing spells if possible. Alright, she got some heals, and then I'll have her armor proficiency with heavy armor. Alright, cool. Stop this thing! I'll be there in a minute. Everything's fine. Just try not to puke. Senna's on the case. Yeah, whatever you do, don't click release brake lever. Hit the brake lever. If you do release brake lever, he will fly to his death. And when I say fly, I mean yeet himself to his death. Barkus Root.
Cut me loose. Baldur. This pustulant fucks. Well, get on with it.
Yeah, you seem a little confused.
You saved me, now you'll insult me. That's how this works, yes?
I'd rather know how you got caught.
My own fault, really. I should have dropped my pack now, run those bastards. Alas. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on.
A little far from home for a deep gnome.
Is alive and well, it seems. Deep gnomes aren't restricted to the Underdark, you know. I've lived in Baldur's Gate for years. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it around the neck of a thug in the lower city. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I have reason to believe he's in the Underdark. Hopefully I'll pick up his trail from there. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
Alright, peace. Speedy, light feet, gold, thieves' tools, and a grease bottle. When the wearer dashes or takes a similar action, they gain 3 lightning charges. Nope, you are dropping that mushroom immediately. Don't eat the mushroom.
This is not a prayer.
Alright. And we're out of here. We're looting everything. Well, to be fair, the gnome did say we could take whatever was in his pack as compensation for rescuing him. So now we have some spiffy lightning boots. Hey, it's not stealing unless the game says it's stealing. Because to be fair, like, there is a red icon that will show up over, like, bodies or loot or whatever that straight up says, you're stealing it. Whether it's from good or evil people. To be fair, sometimes you do have to steal things in the game because it's, like, plot-relevant items. And that's where invisibility really comes in clutch. Which is why I had Will learn it. I got some more clothes. The Wonders of Paladin. In this year, 950 DR, there can hardly be a more prosperous and fortunate town than Phandalin. Phandelver's Pact has brought prosperity to this land, splitting the wonders of Wave Echo Cave between gnomes and dwarves. The town now boasts thriving communities of both peoples living and working together in harmony. Also tempted human spellweavers from across the north to the town who are happy to work side by side with the allies of Phandelver's Pact. Mayor Elderleaf invites you to come and witness this miracle yourself. See the powers being uncovered in the Forge's spells and the prosperity this power brings. I dare say Neverwinter will soon have a new rival for the title of Jewel of the North. Well, it's not just English, it's words I've just never heard of because it's either they made it up or just it's... Okay, a lot of it, they probably just made it up or from something. Grab this mug of coffee. A crystal ball. Grab a crystal, antidote. Yeah, it used to be the potion shop. Dagger roots. Sure. I mean, if we're going off of Xeno X, which 1000% uses a lot of German. More rotten cheese. Alright, let's see what else we can snag. Potion of sleep. And this is why you explore everything, because you never know what you're gonna find. Alright, then we got this book. Apothecary's Ledger. The ledger is filled with cultivation instructions for a range of medicinal plants. One entry is underlined, deliver specially requested plants to the cellar. Keep away from prying eyes. Side quest, search the cellar. Grab some wine. Well, we're going in the cellar. Oh gosh. Journal updated. Search the cellar. Alright, got some more potion ingredients. Check the barrel for more potion ingredients. More potion ingredients. So many potion ingredients. And potions. Some clothes. Got some ink pots. Yeah, also one of the most useful things you can do in this game, being able to move objects. Alright, we'll go that way in a second. Elixir of poison resistance. Suspicious potion. Sell that thing ASAP. Potion of healing recipe. The small recipes help me through a lot. Without my scales, my hide smarts and tears with the slightest touch. While it's never healed me fully, every drop soothes. Hope it might similarly soothe whatever ails you. Someone has filled the rest of the pages with repetition of, why is it always healing potions? This goddamn primitive village. An occasional, someday I'll kill that mongrel of a master. Luckily the recipe itself is still mostly legible. Recipe for potion of healing. Extracts needed. Salts of rogue's morsel and suspension of myrgrass. Method. Stir the suspension until a vortex forms. Carefully tip in the salts. Keep stirring until the salts dissolve and the solution takes on a red hue. And keep in mind, when in doubt with alchemy, just recall the rule of 3. Thrice the same ingredient forms an extract excellence. Alright, then we got a chest. With more... Wow, really getting a lot of potions of healing here. Not that I'm going to complain about that. Hey, garlic! War off against those vampires that apparently exist in this universe. Starring, care to comment? No, shut up. Come on, I want to know! Nothing? Aw, oh, come on, man. Alright, so I think... Oh yeah, I just gotta check this barrel. Yep, glad I did. Alright, so then... Yep, here's the secret passage. Make sure I save. Because this is one of the things I haven't done before, so I don't know what's beyond this point. Just in case a fight's brewing. Lots of mushrooms. Skeleton. Time to fight more spooky, scary skeletons. Alright, good job, team. Scroll of Bone Chill and a mace. And a arrow and a short bow. Scroll of Featherfall, Mage Armor, and some gold. Oh, there's a shovel down here too. A is for Azurth and other gods too. Azoth, the god of wizards all, who spends their whole lives learning. He grants their spells both big and small, for Mr. O's always yearning. Bane the tyrant, the black hand, makes sure the strong do rule. He spreads his darkness through the land, praised by the harsh and cruel. Bashaba will bring forth your doom unless you chant her prayer. Split from Tymora in the womb, she brings bad luck to spare. Yeah, definitely don't want to open up any of these coffins. Plant. Looks like that's everything, so let's get the heck out of Dodge. As soon as I check all these crates. Ornate mirror.
I do not know the sin. If you are known to my master, step forward and declare yourself an ally.
I don't have time for games, let me pass.
You remember stories of Zastan, a powerful lich and fae who made deals with dark gods.
Foul lich, may he die 1,000 and more deaths.
Tell me, why not one lose also continent?
Like, I don't know, darn it.
You are known to tell me.
Of course it was the one I didn't pick.
You are known to tell me. Acceptable. Finally. If you could see anything in me, what would it be?
I look for whatever spell would rid me of the worm in my head.
To survive, you seek power. Be welcome.
Oh, I see. That was just to get back in there. Moonhaven Logbook. Books filled with pages and pages of observations tracking travelers and people in the village. Turn to the final pages. 26 Elysis. Oliver Singe, merchant arrives in Moonhaven, departs next day. Calishite. 7 Elian, stranger name unknown, passes through Not Thayan. Rashimi. 14th Marpanad, 3 men in black armor pass through Not Thayan. 2 Uktar, hacked it, journeyman passes through, Not Thayan. Uktar raid, black armored soldiers, some damage, not Thayan but dangerous. 14 Nightail, the book's key gem has gone missing. Familiar, ordered to watch my apprentice. 14 Nightail, Singe passes through, doesn't stop. 15th Nightail, familiar reports apprentice disappears near well, will observe. 18 Nightail raid. Same soldiers before, townsfolk taken. 20 Nightail, smoke on horizon, raid? Alright, sounds good. Have a good night, Joe. Turn page after page filled with strange alchemical sketches and formulae. Some are written plainly, some in runes and scripts you barely recognize. There are guides to transmutating metals and recipes for weapons of war, but more than anything else, the book is concerned with reanimating dead flesh. Lots of acorn truffles. Hoo-hoo! Sorry, get your butt on that. Then immediately lockpick this thing. The Necromancy of Thay.
The book is locked tight with no visible keyhole, only an oval recess in the cover's mouth. You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those piercing amethyst eyes draw you in. You can sense something.
Oh gosh.
This time. Something profane.
Please don't open the creepy book.
That looks terribly heavy. Why don't you let me carry it for you?
We surely shouldn't leave such a threat out, where anyone could stumble across it.
Drop the tome, ready to destroy it. Tuck the book in your pack, leave the book be. We'll deal with it later. Yeah, because I know that book existed, so now I know how you get that book. I'm not going to spoil what happens afterwards, it's just, that's how you get the book. Bracers of Defense. Gain a +2 bonus to armor class. As long as you're not wearing armor holding a shield. Alright, Will doesn't have gloves, so I'll give him those. The Evil Eye. When the number of trinkets and bargains a hag personally acquires means that her powers will be unique compared to that of her sisters, hags as a whole can still be divided into 3 subcategories. Night hags, named for their ability to haunt a mortal's dreams, slowly devouring vital essence until the victim's soul can be trapped into the hag's soul bag. They're known for being petty, selfish braggarts. Sea hags, known for devouring their victims whole, sea hags can terrorize and kill with a single look. They reek of fish and are incapable of making a proper cup of tea. Green hags, they're beautiful, powerful, speak not a word against them. Ooh, lots of scrolls. Pattern, dark vision, blindness, and bestow curse. That's like a whole plethora of stuff I completely missed on the 2 playthroughs, jeez. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff you could easily miss. That's how massive this game is. Because I know there's like at least 3 or 4 examples of things that I just know exist in this game, but I just haven't like sought it out before this playthrough. Alright, more truffles, more truffles. More drought poison and toxin. Grab the water. Alright, and we're back here. Wow, I did not know at all that that was down there. Grab some more of the mugworts. Grab the antidotes. That poor tiefling.
No chicken. Dice on fish. Gentlemen, contain yourselves. This quarrel sounds are faced. Besides, tastes like pork. And what surprise is this?
Someone who's the size of half of your leg.
Look here. I have eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food. The mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the absolute.
You're quite elegant for an ogre.
Am I not astonishing? A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you see. I am a gourmand. And you, a delicacy. Unless you bear the mark of
Senna's gonna have a lot to tell the rest of them when she gets back. I'll do you one better. I'm one of the Absolute's chosen disciples.
I expect more than your word. Show me your flesh.
Attack!
Dinner time, boys.
Alright, so the Raven gets 13 hit points. I'll try the Roth once. Starian's like, why do I have to be the meat shield every goddamn time?
No time to waste.
Don't worry, Starian will be over in 5 minutes. Alright, go Starian. He's like, how dare you smack me?
Easy.
Not this crap again! Good job, team. Pig's head, gold. Warped headband of intellect. Gold, scroll, dried pork sausage, lumps warborn, and the diary of Lump the Enlightened. The triumphs and travels of Lump the Enlightened. Day 1. Now I see truth I can scarcely remember a time before. First I thought it human's thin flesh that bestowed this gift, but I'd come to believe it was the circlet she wore. There was crunch in that shoe. The goblin boss, Dror Ragsland, made a tantalizing proposal. Spare any prey bearing the new god's brand and feast on the rest. He offered considerable coin in return. Whole chicken. Gold, these tools, dagger, tarnished locket, and rope. Old school book. The school's attendance log fills the ancient pages. As pages and days progress, more and more people's names vanish from the entries. In urgent script, a note in the margin states that someone has to investigate what's become of the missing children and their families. So these are the other two gods' tomes. A Manitor, sun's bright light shines the truth into man's laws. Speak his name to stop a fight, then invoke a legal clause. Beware dread Asmodeus, both his word and promise sweet, more able to betray us than at the devil at his feet. Auril is merciless and cold, the winter's icy breath. Spare her a little food and gold so you won't freeze to death. You should never ever pray to Baal, the savage lord of murder. His worships are killers all who spread his darkness further. Shantia is our mother great, here is the hearth and home. Our harvest and her blessing wait, thus we reap what we sowed. Sirik is the prince of strife, god of deceit and madness. Watch for the dark sun and his lies, who'll rob your bonds of gladness. Tome 9. Malil is the lord of song, pray to him for inspiration. Hear his call and sing along, let his art be your salvation. Merkel is the lord of death, of hopelessness and endless and ending things. He'll comfort at his last breath lords and peasants, crooks and kings. Mystra, god of all mages, she provides and tends the weave. Revered by many through the ages, all magic from he who he receive. Alright, so now we got 2 magic swords. And put the head bracelet on, and I'll save that and send to camp.
What now? Sharp as ever.
Then I'll give Will this.
Time to rest.
Sound the horn to call Lump's frenzied band of ogres. They'll feast on anyone they get their hands on, but if you made a deal with them, they'll make an effort to spare your party. It is not too late. That's ominous as heck. Alright.
Tell us where she is. We don't want any trouble. But your blood will get me some if you don't fess up. Castle is remand there, not in its birds. At least they like to float over the stuff with muck.
Not one for roughing it, I see.
Wallowing in filth is a pigs and children idea.
Pigs, children, and people with a little bit of wit.
No shit. No, absolutely nothing, yet he just... That's for the love of all that is holy, I've never tried on your poor sister.
Drop the act, hag. You was the last to see me, Rena. Just let her go. Please.
Thank goodness you're here, sweetie. I don't know what's come over these boys.
Auntie Ethel's face creases with false concern. You realise she's lying about seeing this girl, Mayrina.
Stop this. We won't ask again.
You're lying. You've seen this girl.
Bollocks. You were supposed to rush to my defense, love. That lot of good you are. Some advice. You ever darken my door, you'd best have that head bowed and an apology at the ready. Bye-bye now.
Bloody hell. She just disappeared. Never seen nothing like that before. She could shoot fireworks out of her backside for all I care. The hag has Rena.
Will someone please tell me what's going on?
It's our sister, Mayrina. Well, she was in a bad way after her husband died. Started saying weird things, like how she was gonna bring him back. Next thing, she's gone looking for the hag. Of all the stupid things to do. And we haven't seen her since. But no good ever came from dealing with a hag. None of this matters, alright? We need to get her back, and fast!
Let me. I'll bring Mayrina home.
Are you joking? I ain't got a clue who you are. No way I'm leaving Rena to you. But, Joe, not a chance. We're getting her back on our own. Now, come on.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
Investigation, look for anything out of the ordinary, look for signs of unnatural activity. Natural 20.
You blink and the wilderness changes. A swamp, stinking and insidious, assaults your senses.
Yeah, so basically before you uncover the illusion, these, let's see what they're called again, red caps, they show up as sheep.
The brothers. I guess they didn't find any sister.
Dear Joel and Demir, don't get mad, I mean it. I'm only leaving this note so you don't panic and do something stupid. I'm going to the hag. I went to Connor to make things right. You know he'd do the same for me. I'll be back soon, so not a word to Mom, alright? She has enough on her plate. Mayrina. Alright, so now we got a warp point here. Yeah, now that we're in the wetlands, there's several things we could do. Preferably nothing involving combat, because I'd like to do a long rest first, but first... let's go talk to Gandrel.
Ah, stranger. Forgive the aroma.
You catch a waft of something foul, metallic, and sickly sweet.
Powdered iron vine. An old hunter's trick. Most monsters will think twice before making a meal of me. You're a monster hunter.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how banged up we
I
looked.
thought all gale and vagrant confidence.
Pardon, but who or what is a Gurg?
And mystical and dangerous people. We travel the land, never settling in one place. We steal your chickens, curse your crops, seduce your daughters. Your friend here has heard it all, I'm sure. Now, I wish I had half the power settled folk think my people possess. Alas, Alas, I am a simple wanderer. A simple wanderer from Monster Hunter. And I am no witch doctor or cutthroat.
So, what monster are you hunting?
Something terrifying, no doubt. Dragon, Cyclops, Kobold. Nothing so dramatic. I'm hunting for a vampire spawn. I fear he's gone to ground. I hope the hag of these lands can help me flush it out.
Story, what the frick is going on?
A vampire spawn? Why?
Everything alright?
Yes, fine. It's just specific. Why not kill the gnolls or goblins rampaging around here? It is a sacred mission from the head of my tribe. He sent me here to capture the beast and return it to her. Capture? And bring it where? Baldur's Gate. My people wait for me there.
Under all the smiles, you can feel a side's tension. He's cold like a spring, hand inching towards his weapon.
You're asking a lot of questions!
There's not to know. I crossed paths with your people before, you know.
Holy shit!
It wasn't a good experience.
Tell me you had a good reason for that.
You're spinning a tale, and you were falling for it. Vampires, sacred missions. Honestly, he would have followed us to camp and slit our throats in the night. Trust me, I did us a favor.
Next time, warn me before you murder someone.
Absolutely, definitely. We'll think about it. Now, if we're done, we have more important business to get on with.
Well then. Gandrel's aspiration.
Need something?
We're not gonna... You killed that monster hunter awful quickly.
I know. Wasn't it impressive?
It doesn't answer why.
Let me worry about the why. The Gur are duplicitous reprobates. Got to know what he was really after. He won't bother us anymore. Now I've made sure of it.
That's really suspicious. When Gandrel was 7, he was frightened badly by a vampire spawn during a public burning. Seized by the flames, the creature didn't shrivel up. It swelled and burst like a squeezed leech. Brains splattered the boy's shoes, gray, pink, and pulpy. Well, we get a sweet crossbow out of it. Sorry, Gandrel. Just can't believe you frickin' insta-killed him with a, with a dagger. I'm more impressed than anything.
Hey, soldier.
You're not just gonna comment on what he just did? Got some rings, nightlight front, and some gold. Alright, bunch of food, some peace tools, and some holy water, and some purple dye. Scroll of false life, scroll of bone shield, and an agate.
Hey, soldier.
Alright, some wine, gold, and some red apples. Grab the wine. Grab the plate. Grab the half-eaten apple. Alright, so now that we got a warp point over here, because yeah, there's dealing with the hag, and then there's also finding or figuring out Kaga's secrets. In addition to everything else off to the west. Alright, let's go sell a bunch of stuff. Since what's-his-name is pretty much our only merchant at this point. Especially now that Ethel's angry at us. It's not my fault that you're lying.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who
Aaron.
find the first circle.
Alright, yeah, there's definitely more stuff I could sell to Aaron.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
There's that. Okay, give Astarion the tools. And these. Oh yeah, I can sell these potion bottles.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Okay, so yeah, everything else I think is relevant to what I need. Alright, buy some potions.
Well met. Is there anything you need? Act fast, if just some bits and bobs that are all we need.
Yeah, because this will tell me if no AC bonus from dexterity.
Sylvana, defender of the people. Well met. Is there anything you need? Act just some bits and bobs that are all we need.
Yeah, because let's see if I get some better armor for the rest of the party. That'd be 12 armor for him.
Sylvanas.
Alright, so let's go ahead and equip that.
Well, Matt, is there anything you need? Just some bits and bobs that are underneath?
Alright, so I got 366 gold.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
Careful, Evad.
Need anything else?
Alright, so how expensive is that 520 gold? Alright.
Sylva.
Alright, so I can make antidotes, potions of healing, potions of speed, and potions of animal speaking. And I could also make some poison.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Yeah, I'll get that armor for Karlak if I have money for it.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Especially if you've got a camp pack. Yeah, I definitely want to buy that. Alright, time to long rest. Where we deal with the trials ahead. Yeah, I was like, what a day it's been.
Come She needs to be careful. That rage will burn her right out. Something the matter?
Yes.
Got my eye on you. Hey, Lae'zel, what's up?
Isn't it glorious? Carla's fury is a wonder to behold.
Really is.
Well, I have to speak slowly. I'm finding it quite difficult to concentrate in my condition, gnawing at my insides like a teen displacer kitten. That is most gratifying to hear. May I?
Alright, give him the necklace.
Thank you. It is a strange experience. Each time anew, I come. Lost soul is spelunking through the darkness with his me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart. Well, the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. Somewhat relieved the discomfort, but I fear my hunger has quite...
Gale, what's happening?
The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire. It drizzles. The embers still sizzle, but fire remains undefeated. And also what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think. Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was too. A great deal of trouble indeed. How can I help?
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Can't wait to tell Noah, Mio, Tyon, Uni, and Lance about this one. Oh yeah, and Riku and Minata. Wonder how they're all doing. Well, time to go to bed.
Don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong, or maybe you just get lucky.
I fucking knew it! You bastard! I knew it!
Mother, it's what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just wanted, well, blood.
Frickin' knew it, you.
Dim firelight, you see him for what he really is.
Senna's pissed.
A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
So that's why you were so quick to kill the Gur Hunter to keep your secret. Can't believe I didn't see you even on the board you snacked on.
It's not what you think. I'm not simple.
I knew it!
I feel
It was too saucy!
Dear, global, whatever I can guess. I'm just too slow.
strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
Okay, dude, be level with me. I'm not angry, but why didn't you tell me?
I guess I was showing say no. More likely than a sick knowledge. No. I need you to trust me. And you can trust me.
Alright, I believe you.
Thank you. Do you think you could trust me just a little further?
How much are we talking?
Text.
Oh, you mean that? Wait, you mean that? Who, what would Tyon and Mio think in this situation? Well, they're not here. It's just me. Alright, fine, but not a drop more than you need, you person. Vampire.
Of course.
I guess the day I find out you guys exist, this happens. Why not at this point?
A flicker shot of ice into your neck, a quick sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches, your pulse quickens.
That's enough. Push him back. Mistake and drive it into his heart. Let him continue. And if you sit here, he'll just keep going. Alright, dude, that's enough. That is enough. It's like, dude, I am half your size, I will perish.
Alongside there, I feel strong. I feel happy.
I'm happy you feel... Oh, God. Or, excuse me, oh, God. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight.
Shouldn't take long. So many people here. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I have something more fit.
Well, fine then, jeez.
I won't forget it.
You watch as he stalks towards the forest, stronger, more confident, ready to hunt.
And then just Senna just goes... Pfft. Back to his meditative sleep. Alright, dude. Dude, you have some explaining to do. Like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah?
The Starian's a vampire. I'm kind of spooked right now. The day that I find out vampires exist. Though it does explain a lot about his actions. Hello, Mr. Vampire. Prepare for an entire adventure's worth of jokes. Yeah, that's one of those I didn't want to spoil that before that came up. Now I can say he's a vampire who fell flat on his ass. So yeah, basically whenever he feeds off of a person, he gains +1 on his rolls, and the basically the person whose blood he took will have -1 on the rolls. Alright, hello.
Good morning. How do you feel?
I'm fine, I'm just a little woozy.
It'll pass. Just be glad I'm not a true vampire. And I
Wait, you weren't one?
That was a vampire spawn, like my good son. All the vampires hunger and feed their hearts.
Is that how you can stand in the sun because you're not a true vampire?
I should be serious in this light. I haven't seen the sun for 200 years before we crashed on. Someone, or something,
changed the rules. Standing in the sun, waiting for a river, wandering in homes without an invitation. They're all perfectly mundane activities now. As for my other quirks, well, we can figure those out in time.
If I can help, just ask. We're in this together.
You're such a sweetheart. I'm just glad you're being sensible about these revelations. I was worried people might turn up with torches and pitchforks. Although they're still town.
Hunting with vampires. Never thought I'd see the day. Very well, but I'm keeping an eye on them. And no wisecracks about having us for supper.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm way too hot to touch.
I trust him. He won't hurt us.
Quite the opposite. I'm here in the spirit of openness and honesty to work together as a team.
We all have our shit to bear. As long as you remember your manners, Astarion, you're welcome at my fire.
There now. We're all friends again. Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us.
You still have some explaining to do.
Yes.
How does someone become a vampire exactly?
It's simple. You find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, you're free. A true vampire.
In theory?
People think the biggest threat to a vampire is a cleric with a stick. It's not. The biggest threat to a vampire is another vampire. They're scheme, paranoid, power-hungry beasts. So why would any vampire give up control over a spawn to create a competitor? Trust me, it doesn't happen.
Tell me about your history.
Why do you insist on exhuming the past? I was a slave. A vampire spawn. Kept by the Tsar family.
Oh, so that dude.
I was never able to resist their commands. But now, I've been given to us. They won't ever control me again.
So about you biting me,
I've already apologized. What more do you want? Unless you're looking for another nibble.
dude, you can't do this to me. Absolutely not. Maybe later. I need to know how you'll feed in the future. Just a warning, try that again, I'll destroy you.
No instance. You have my word. Only things I need to go. After all, you know what I am now. I can fight with all my weapons. Teeth included. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead.
Sounds good. Glad we could agree.
As am I. I'm starting to feel a little peckish already.
That monster hunter you killed in the swamp, he was after you, wasn't he?
He was. But now he's not. Which is all that matters, really.
But what if there's others? He might not have been alone.
There'll be others. I'm sure of that. If Cazador sent one here after all, we'll send another.
And who is Cazador exactly?
Cazador's son is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate, the patriarch of his coven, and a monster obsessed with power. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor.
Oof. You're sure he's behind this?
It was he, I'm sure. Only he might have sent a girl after me. It was a group of Gyr that attacked me that night in Baldur's Gate.
Oh.
I would have died, but Casablanca didn't save me.
Saved you by turning you into a vampire slave?
Well, he didn't mention the slave clause at the time.
Because of course he did.
It's a message. He's reminding me of his power. Even though he doesn't know where he reached me. He holds me back.
But why capture you? Why not just kill you?
Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe his death is too good for me.
Sounds like he won't let you go easily. Should I be concerned?
Concerned? Do you know the power a vampire lord possesses? He can change shape, turn to mist, call walls to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. He can walk with my countenance and kill with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing to happen to you.
Oh shit. We could take him. Spoken like a true Senecino, but can he do that just walk into our camp?
Probably not. He has to rest in his crypt during the day. I've never known him to leave Baldur's Gate, but he has no end of plans. He'll send someone else in his place. We just have to be vigilant, keep our wits about us, and kill any monster hunters on sight. We can probably make an exception for Will.
Now, what do you make of Raphael's deal?
It's tempting. If I keep the tadpole, I risk transforming into a grotesque monster. If I lose the tadpole, Casablanca has control of me, body and soul, and I return to the shadows. It's grim either way. So why not sell what's left of my soul to a devil? Better he has it than Casablanca.
That bad, huh? You're trading one master for another. You'd be a slave either way.
You know the phrase, better the devil you know. I know Casablanca. And I'll take anything that saves me from that. I suppose you want to hear about Casablanca.
You said he was your master?
My old master. With all the mind flayers took me from him. With all this strange, twisted Casablanca is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate. The patriarch of his coven, and a monster obsessed with power. Not political power or military power, I mean power over people. The power to control completely. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor.
How were you turned? Did he attack you?
Not him, no. A gang of thugs attacked me, angry about a ruling that I'd handed down as magistrate.
So you actually were a magistrate.
It was a death door when Casablanca appeared. He chased them off and offered to save me, to give me eternal life. Given that my choices were eternal life or glued to death on the streets, I took an offer. It was only afterwards I realized just how long eternity could be.
Not a good master, I take it?
He had me go out into Baldur's Gate, fetching the most beautiful souls I could find. It was a fun little ritual of his. I'd bring him back, and he asked if I wanted to die with him. And if I said yes, he'd serve me a dead, putrid rat. Of course, if I said no, he'd have me flayed. I'll say which was right.
Sounds terrible. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. But this isn't about sympathy. It's about knowing what we might be up against. The mind flayers aren't the only monsters out there. They're not even the only ones sometimes. All I'm asking is that you keep your eyes open and watch out for anything lurking in the shadows.
I'll watch your back, don't worry.
What more could I ask? Now that's all. Yes.
Seek.
Well, what's on your mind?
What do you make about having a vampire in our camp?
We all have our burdens, one way or the other.
Something the matter?
So yeah, basically now that we know what he is, he basically gains the ability of Vampire Bite, which allows him to heal 4 to 16 hit points, which costs a bonus action. You can only use it once per short rest.
So, progress.
So yeah, when he said that before, he meant it. Zachman's like, I'm terrified. No, that was the warm-up for Astoria. It was foreshadowing. Yeah, get ready to plenty of that content for the next couple of months. Alright, so with those revelations out of the way, off we go. To battle! Alright. Okay, so... Yeah, I know I was gonna go steal the idol at some point. Or not. Alright. First, I was gonna go deal with the Kaga's secrets. Actually, no, I'm gonna go fight the hag first. Yeah, no thanks. Cazador sounds like an ass. And I don't even know the half of it. Open the door!
I don't want to crumble on that later.
Auntie Ethel, please.
One more bite and this guy's gonna come back up to say hello. Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for two, so get to it. If it isn't the cheekiest pop of them all, you'd best have one else of an apology from the young lady.
Starry and Biter. You'll get no apology from me, hag.
I do like the mouthy ones. You know, I was going to give you a swift kick up the arse and show you the door.
Hey, I'm utilizing my resources.
Oh, grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again.
Plus, you'll understand in like 30 seconds. Or at least a minute or so. That's Mayrina. I have some bad news for her.
Hole under your nose shut.
No.
Just missed.
No.
Bennett, Mayrina deserves the truth.
Here, here.
What is it? What's going on?
Auntie Ethel killed your brothers.
That can't be true. Auntie Ethel.
They were being rude, and I detest rudeness. Enough, away with you.
Oh boy.
Silence at last. Some time in the cage should do her good. And you'll regret sticking your nose in my business.
Ta-da! Time to fight Ethel, who has revealed herself to be a hag. Now she's got the red caps after us as well. So yeah, you know when I said Astarian biter? I literally meant it because, yeah. Alright, it's kind of pointless to try to fight her right now. You definitely want to go after the red caps. I think they might be a bit too out of range, so I might have to wait a turn. Well, at least attempt a shot. Get out of the poison cloud. It will, no! Yeah, these aren't even actual goblins. Yeah, I was gonna say, she just retreats and you'll fight her later. You coward! Woohoo! Oh gosh! That red cap does not mess around. Will's like, stop holding me! Woohoo! Alright, good work, team. Now time to loot the place. Yay, looting! So yeah, she was having her eat a treacle tart. Mistress of Knight and Friends. There once was a beautiful woman. Men and women alike traveled across the land to earn her hand in marriage, but none could win her heart. Her mother despaired, for she wished for her daughters to find love and happiness. And then her mother died. The woman cried and cried. Her suitor stopped calling. Her friends stopped writing, and she still cried. You poor child, Shar whispered in her ear. They only wanted you for your beauty, for your charm, for your grace. Now that grief has replaced your charms, none care for you, none but I. The woman spoke to Shar, who listened. She prayed to Shar, who answered. For the first time in her life, the woman had a true friend. And then Shar asked her to take a vial, a small vial, an innocent vial. She took the vial to a man. The man filled it with a liquid and told her to drop it in a well. The woman did. She wanted Shar to love her, to be proud of her. And then the people became sick. People died. But Shar loved her. The woman loved Shar. Now men and women alike travel across the land to see her. Not because she's beautiful, not because she's charming, because she's a high priestess of Shar, and her word is law. Well, just like, it's the next line of like, and then her mother died. I'm like, okay. Kind of goes along the lines of the there once was an ugly barnacle story from SpongeBob. Grab some apples, some potatoes. Good job, Vamp Lad. Potion of animal speaking, healing, peerless focus, mind reading, and speed. Simple poison recipe. I've long wondered about whether to publish any malevolent concoctions I encountered. Nikros convinced me that with a damnable smile of his. But it's true that the life of an adventurer can be made safer through a good offense. Please use this recipe responsibly and do not cause any harm to other thinking creatures. Recipe for 1 vial of simple poison. Extracts needed. Vitriol of bone cap, ashes of dagger root. Method: sprinkle ashes over the vitriol. Do not stir. Cap the vial and wait until it exudes an acrid smell. And remember, when in doubt with alchemy, just recall the rule of 3. Thrice the same ingredient forms an extract excellent. Just casually taking the key. As they drop the cauldron. Grab some more potatoes, and some apples. Another potion. Got some roast. The letter begins in an elegant cursive but ends in harsh, sloping scrawl. Ethel, forces are at work in Baldur's Gate. The mewling wretches are trying to edge me out of my own territory. I've killed at least 4 of their agents. None have talked. Not yet, at least. I doubt you hear anything beyond the bleating of your ridiculous sheep, but if you catch even a whisper, send word immediately. M. evil eye. When the number of trinkets and bargains a hag personally acquires means that her powers will be unique compared to that of her sisters, hags as a whole can still be divided into okay, I already read this book. I already know hags are a thing. I just witnessed one force its way into my existence. It's gotta be like quite the couple of days just for the whole party, but especially for Senna, it's like within the span of 2 days she learns that vampires are real and devils are real. They're all, they walk amongst her. And then also she's finding out today that hags are real and that they're an abomination of nature.
Sweetness. This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have a thing of it. Get out!
No. Or what?
The coffee ones are my favorite to chew on. Keep going better. You'll find out.
No one can stop the master of Yippee.
My sweet Karen, whose beloved heart and his beauty never fade. What is this place? My darling Macron. She wished for the mind of a genius, but that silly head thrust me. This poor dear wished never to lay eyes on her family again. My dearest Effie, he begged me to halt the deadly disease and ravage him. Stop, please, please.
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. Can't let people through, not again.
What happened the last time you opened?
Images flash. A man cowering, a bag open at his feet. Gold coins spilling onto the floor. His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag slices into him, dismembering him painstakingly, limb by limb. She cackles, the man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted.
Oh, he turned into the door.
Twisted surface of the door before you. Flee, you feel it cry.
I'm not afraid of that hag.
Scene appears in your mind. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. Weapons brandished, they charge into the hag's lair. Screams of terror pierce the air.
You let them in? Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, peasant.
The hag will be, yeah, I mean it, let me
The
through.
door stays silent. Its form flickers, and you realize that the door is transparent.
I can see through you, I can just walk right in.
Hag, eyes bright with glee, as she sets fire to the door. With a jerk, you're pulled from a vision. The presence within shrinks, begging you not to run through.
Pretty much.
No! Don't look! Mustn't look! Mustn't see!
Are you alright?
I see it. What's to come? Me. Dead. Dead! Flesh rotten, bone shining!
Hey, look at me.
No. No. Can't stop. Can't. God, don't hurt me. Oh, please. Please. Please, please, please.
What? Why would I hurt you?
Monster. Monster. My dream. This feeling. My flayer.
Look at me, I'm not a mind flayer.
No. My flayer. Get away. Get away. Stop. Please.
Yeah, but you literally just go straight through. Yeah, and as now you can see on the map we're in, now that the map is illuminated red, it means that you cannot save while you're in this kind of a vicinity. Or, scratch it, you can save, you just can't long rest. Until you leave. Yeah, trust me, you don't want the masks. They make you the hag's minions, and you don't want that. Read this every morning. Remember, she's not your friend. She's not your family. Do not eat the food unless she's watching. Do not drink the tea unless she's watching. Do not wear the mask. Do not wear the mask. Do not wear the mask. The word lies is written in large, thick letters across the rest of the text.
That's nothing.
It's like, I got this, guys. It's fine. Carlax is like, is the coast clear now? Get your vampiric ass down here.
Alright. What now?
The pride of the gate.
Alright, come on, Blade of Frontiers, get your butt down here.
Looking ahead.
Sorry, Karlak. Alright, now I gotta be careful, otherwise Mayrita could accidentally die. Soren's like, I'm doing all the damn work over here. And it's over. Alright, good job, team. Colorin's Grace, Tarnished Charm, and a Poisonous Slime Bomb. Why the hells would you even have considered that?
That's what he wanted. My baby. God, I was going to do it for him. My husband. She was going to bring you back. Bring Carter back to life.
Husband must have meant a great deal to you.
I would have done anything to save me. I had to do the same. I just wanted everything back. Back the way it was.
Ethel saw you as vulnerable, she took advantage.
It's my fault for letting her. Look. I don't like owing people. Here. This socket is worth some coin.
Keep it, you don't owe me anything.
Really? That's... My husband gave it to me. I should take him home. His coffin is just upstairs. A decent burial is the least I can give him. Thank you. I don't think there's anyone else who would have saved me.
Oh, she's dead. Got a bunch of rings. Blotches of ink are splattered on this unfinished letter written in uneven scrawl. Dear sister, dearest, are you feeling alright, Petal? Can't believe you let some pup give you the slip. I'd be mortified. Worry not, my red caps nabbed the bugger. They're taking their sweet time with him. The screaming stopped a few nights past, but the sobbing continues. He'd die regretting he crossed a hag. A mother with a failing mind? You know me so well. I'm the most darling mask for her. You must come to Ethel, I've heard your business has been slow. Rest assured I have a job for you. A client fled Baldur's Gate without payment. My agents picked up his trail along the Kiandar and have ensured he will pass through your territory. Do as you wish to him. In exchange, I have a girl who suits your particular appetites. Her mother's mind is failing. My contacts assure you that you can help. Offer sent by the usual route. N.
Stinky. I feel more
unsettling places than this. But what may? Well, I'll cross this place off our list of possible holiday destinations.
Sounds good. What, you don't want to go on a vacation in a hag's lair?
Sorry, how is the rat diet going?
It may become the end.
I'm not getting involved. This conversation's between a vampire and a devil.
Guys, did I hear you coming? I know I should head home, but I can't bring myself to leave. I thought putting him in a wheelbarrow and making the journey all over again.
I found a wand. I think I can resurrect your husband.
You can.
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Bring him back. Bring Connor back. Please.
Abacadoobie!
What? What's happening? Why is he still dead?
I don't know, I think I spoke it in Simlish.
You feel something pull at you. The creature yearns for a master.
What have you done to him?
So the hag fulfills her promise. It can never be simple, can it?
But this isn't what he promised. I wanted him back. Back the way he was. Not this.
This is your husband. Do you want him or not?
Connor? Connor? I don't even know if he's in there. But he might be. And if he ain't, I'll find him and bring him back.
Here's the wand. Good luck to you and Connor.
Thanks. But we'll need more than luck. A bloody miracle more like it. I'll find a wizard or something. Maybe someone in Baldur's Gate can help us. Connor always said if you find anything in that city. Remember? And thank you, I guess. Come on, love. Let's go.
What happened? Standing in the artery on the tree.
Gee, thanks, Vamp. You're just going to point that fact out every single time you talk now. I'm like, yes, because it's, it's fun to tease you. Because you're sassy. Alright, so that's that plot line. Yeah, and then there's finding out Kaga's secrets over there. Guess for now, let's go back to the Grove and go sell a bunch of stuff. And then I'm definitely due for a long rest.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first servant.
Makes it easier for the wearer to succeed death-saving throws.
A lot on my mind. And, well, really.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first servant. Sylvana. Who did you see? Well, something close.
Alright, I still need more money to get her that armor. So I need 520 gold. Alright, that's enough. Cool.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Alright, time to take a long rest. Who is that?
Oh. Mike, you startled me. Miles away.
Is everything alright?
More or less. I was lost in prayer, of all things. Mistra, for indeed it was her image I conjured, commands all magic. Salvation, such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold. And yet even now, more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her heart. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weed for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it. It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses. Would you like to experience this?
Sure.
Then follow my lead. Now you.
Imitate the gesture quickly and decisively. Imitate the gesture slowly and as precisely as you can. Imitate the gesture with a flourish. Actually, never mind. Magic isn't just for me. Yeah, I was gonna say, like I said, I am playing as a gnome race in this game. I mean, I know she is the shortest out of the 6 of them in the group under normal circumstances, but even more so now.
Like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me.
Repeat the words slowly but carefully.
Suddenly, the scent of rose water and a sense of well-being. A silver weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
Think of the here and now, this unexpected moment of learning. Picture a place of utter peace, away from all harm and mayhem of civilization. Recall a memory of early youth, a happy family memory. Try to hum a familiar tune that's too abstract with my taste, so just forget about this. Where's it gonna nat 1?
You see, or is it sense, the presence
Thank goodness for inspirations.
the woman who hovered over Gale's palm. There's something like the anticipation of a kiss, then the pleasure of being cloaked in peace. You are safe. You are nestled in the cup of Mistress' hand.
You did it! You're channeling the weave. How does it feel?
Effortless, you're a wonderful teacher.
Oh, I know.
The weave connects you. The moment feels intimate.
Hold on to that moment. It's a good night for intimacy, a satisfying end to a wondrous experience. It's time to let go. You're in no mood to be so close to Gale. Release the grasp on the weak. I'm just out of curiosity.
You realize the weave is making you one. You have but to imagine your desire, and Gale will know it.
And this is where you can decide, like, okay, how intimate do you want to be with him? Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm not romancing Gale in this playthrough. Picture nothing, this is a bad idea. Picture is... No! Picture kicking him in the gut. Picture a hearty meal with Gale, food and friendship flowing between you. Picture a romantic walk, your hands slip within Gale's. Picture kissing him with tenderness, then with passion. We're going the friendship route. The normal friendship route.
The weave evaporates, and as it does so, you realize the night feels suddenly cold and lonesome.
it goes. How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you. What's on your mind? Apart from finding me an artifact to consume, which I assume you assume with the appropriate urgency. That is most gratifying to hear.
Alright, now we gotta go give him something. Yeah, I'll give him this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, friendship is awesome, Gale, you should try it. Also, I have known you for a total of 3 to 4 days at this point.
Hardly has any effect. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Go on, you're among friends.
I'd just be allowed to remedy that.
Which I just established like 2 minutes ago.
You have to know who I really am. What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. I'm not one you might call a wizard prodigy. Who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician or a poet. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself. The Lady of Mysteries. The goddess Mystra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time she became my muse. And later even my lover.
Are you telling me you made love to a goddess?
Oh yes. We enjoyed each other's company.
Good lord, my dude.
Mind and soul. But even so I desired more. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mystra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross. Yet, every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond. I sought to cross her boundaries.
How exactly did you try to cross those boundaries?
Tried to convince her. Pouted, pleaded, swore my ambition was only to serve her better. She only smiled and told me to be contented. Inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess. Yet I wasn't satisfied. To prove myself worthy to her instead. Come now to the crux of my folly. Can I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale?
I'm intrigued, tell me all. I mean, you've already talked to me about your relationship with Mystra, why not just go all the way with it, my dude?
Very well. Here goes. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll say this history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire never rose.
Sounds like I escaped the Endless Now for this.
But the magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like a prime chaos and outdated creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. Fractured and shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realm.
Meanwhile, this whole time, Neo and Tyon are like, where the heck is Senna?
She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A never-used tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
What was the answer to that question?
The answer was to try. The outcome was to fail. So, this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mystra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken.
Stick to your book writing.
And taking the fabled book, and took it into my study. As for what happened next. Here. Place your hand over my heart.
Commission.
You feel the temple quiver. Into the dark. You see through Galen's eyes, staring down corridors of trapped bell has suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only swirling mass of blackish weave that pulses. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And becomes as it ever
How are you still
The
alive?
moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. This netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weed from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Whenever the fully destabilize,
Go on.
erupt. The
Um.
exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of netherese magic, so even a fragment as small as the one I carry, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
Holy shit. Is there nothing we could do?
I chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths with a miracle round the bend. Then again, do I not? All of this, it must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
Yeah, you're just like, his set is like, excuse me, I'm trying to take this seriously. We've come this far together and we'll continue on together. That's how it's gonna be.
Nice. A great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed.
I mean, we just found out Astarian's a vampire. Do you think I'm gonna abandon you for something like this?
I thank you. I thank you all.
I also just found out that Will made a pact with the devil and is now a devil himself. You think I'm gonna abandon you over something like this?
Either way,
We'll
I'll
make
do
it
my
work.
best not to let you down. I stand at a precipice, but if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Now venture forth. How can I help?
Never realized it was so easy to cast magic.
I assure you it's not. Don't get me wrong. You did well. The somatic component, the verbal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites mystery. But I am still your conduit. To perform such a feat alone requires much and arduous study. Yet it is life's most worthy pursuit in my impartial, if not humble opinion.
I was wondering about the mighty lord you told me about in that story.
Yes, Tarsus. Tarsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. A child who would be a god, the elves called him. And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavored to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic. Mistral, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself, to be untouchable. To be mistaken. As Tarsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel. And with her, the entire weave. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself. The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged the god failed. It was the end of Mistral. The end of Tarsus, and the end of an entire civilization. As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more. An event that came to be known as Tarsus's folly.
So at that moment in time, all magic was gone?
For a start, Mistral will
Did you just make a pun? Gail, we're not gonna go past this.
return with her. Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Cassis. Not to destroy his strength, to prove my love for her. Trying to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown. Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go.
If you feel the Netherese magic overtaking you, what will you do?
If it should ever come to that, if I ever know I am no longer able to stop it, I will do anything I can to ensure no one but me pays for my mistakes. I will find the remotest place on the surface of Faerun, or perhaps far below in the depths of the Underdark. I will await that death, alone. I promise I will not betray your trust. You kept me by your side to fight the menace that I am. If worst comes to worst, I will be long gone before the curtain falls.
See you later.
Well,
Speak.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
We fought a hag today. It was weird. Also, did you know that Astarian's a vampire? Shut up, Senna! No, I won't. Make me.
Soldier?
Just gonna out him to every person I see at this point.
Something the matter.
Yes.
What a week. Reality, I think it's only been 4 days in game.
well,
What can I do for you?
How can I help?
Alright, so the next order of business next time will be to go take care of Kagha's situation, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get queued up over there, which is in and of itself gonna take a few minutes. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this now. Woohoo! Kaga, Oladin has sent word of your progress. I'm pleased that the rite of thorns has begun. I depart soon from Cloakwood to Baldur's Gate. Should you need further aid from my circle, now's the time to ask. Once cloistered, the Emerald Grove will be the Shadow Druid's domain, and you its first druid. Faldorn's memory, Archdruid Aelus. Oh boy. Things turn violent with Ethel. She isn't happy about us. Second node proved Kaga's in league with the Shadow Druids. This could explain why she wants the Tieflings gone. Yeah, confront Kaga.
Where am I leading?
To the left, so that's progress.
Why are you here? I sent you to settle.
I know the truth. You mean to take the grove with the Shadow Druids.
That damn nose of yours has gone poking in our business.
I mean, I am a druid.
Mrs. Alton, I can explain. Me. That couldn't be helped.
Quagga, what is the meaning of this?
You think yourself quite the surprise, David. Go on, tell him.
Cog is a shadow druid. She means to convert the circle.
Corker, have you lost your mind?
You and Elsin welcome untouchables to your midst. You defile the ground for the sake of harmony.
Arden speaks truth. Who among you disagrees? Who would see this grove in ruin?
The choice is made. Koga, burn the tainted away. Start with the snitch.
As you say, Arden.
Can you feel how the prayer disturbs the soil and air? The grove trembles in fear. Harmony is not weakness, it is balance, strength. Sylvanas calls on you to preserve it.
No. You twist the teachings. In harmony, we perish. In shadow, we are pure.
Corger's voice breaks and her lips tremble. She heard reason in your words.
Recite the frescoes you have read. Remind Kaga of the grove's legacy.
Corger eyes you intently as you speak the text etched into the frescoes. By claw and tooth, from root to thorn, the old oaks grove to wildlings sworn. In darkest hour, a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The towers seized, the battle done, the moonrise broke the darkest one.
When the darkest hour fell, it was us that brought light. Sylvanas demands we illuminate shadow, not hide within it. Oh, was I so right?
Careful, Koga. The shadows don't forget.
I belong to the shadows no longer. You've no power over me.
You would question my power. Mother Earth, hear me. Grant me your wrath.
Alright, so we got everyone allied against the shadow druids. Good job, team.
Wrath thought me a danger. Seems I've proven him right. Sylvanas bid me to protect my people from harm. Yet I was far too inflicted. There was but one druid who guarded the circle, who protected our ways. We are forever in your debt. burn like fire. You howl like wind. You are Fate Warden. Take our gift, and be known. May I not be the last monster you vanquish.
What does it mean to be Faith Warden?
When you speak, the circles will listen. Among druids, your words will shine brighter than the sun.
What happens now?
I aged child. I betrayed the circle's trust. We will stop the right and understand trial. My fate lies with Sylvanus. May he have mercy.
And what of Zevlor's
We
people?
grant them safe harbor until they depart. Meanwhile, help us contend with the goblins. Perhaps we can dissuade them from attacking.
How did the Shadow Druids even find
It
you?
began with a letter. There was no messenger. It simply appeared. Alden came soon after. An army was coming, she said. Goblins, drow, and more still. Legions upon legions. The druids of Cloakwood knew the dangers this would bring. They ordained that all circles cast the right to shelter from the storm. Alden taught me to harness the True Father's power to wall us in. In return, well, you knew the rest. I would turn the grove over to them. I want to forget the wounds I've inflicted. I pray Halcyon returns to heal them in full.
Receive the Pale Oak. Tieflings are safe for now, but they still need to reach Baldur's Gate. That can't happen until the roads are safe from goblins. Yeah, that along with him. The Starian's a vampire. We woke up last night and saw him bent over one of us drinking their blood. We let him drink his to regain his strength. We learned that he was a slave to the Tsar family. He couldn't refuse orders to them and believes that still might be the case. He told them he couldn't feed on innocents, but enemies were fair game. Astarian's told he suspects the monster hunter serving his master Cazador, and he learned that he was murdered by a Gur nomad long ago, and Cazador came to his aid and made him a spawn. And then we can still steal the idol, oh my gosh.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle. Silver. Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle. So that
Zevlor.
I dance virtue. The blade of frontiers? What's happened, Will?
I paid the price of angering the wrong devil.
believe me, I understand better than most.
A moment passes as Zevlor contemplates Will's words. He then turns his attentions to you.
I'm told the druids have stopped their damn chanting. What happened?
Cog has agreed to stop the ritual.
Truly, in the mater's ashes, I never thought she would actually see reason. Thank you. We still have the goblins to contend with, but you've given us time to prepare. I need to ensure my people make the most of it. But here, left over from my soldiering days, it's sparse thanks for what you've done for us, but gods and goblins willing, I won't need it again. If you can clear the road of goblins, as you say, I'm sure a reward is gathered for you.
Alright, so yeah, basically as a bonus you get those gauntlets. When you heal another creature, it gains resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure everyone in the party has magic gloves at this point, so I'll go ahead and send those back to camp. Alright, so yeah, there's pretty much two major objectives at this point. There's basically pushing westward to take care of the goblin camp, which is going to be a major task in and of itself, and then exploring this part of the map that's kind of just in the north of the camp. So I'm going to go to warp to the Blooded Village, because that's kind of like the halfway points. Then do a long rest, and then wrap it up.
What's on your mind?
Probably just get the rest of the party members situated as well in case I take them into battle.
There you are, my friend.
At your service.
Now. Don't make promises you can't keep, darling. Thankfully, I've had my needs met this evening. I found a bear. He took a little of my blood. I took all.
Sounds like a dangerous meal.
This is worth having. It's nothing compared to, well, other things I could be dining on, but significantly better than the rats and bugs Cassidy served me.
It sounds delicious.
It was exactly as appetizing as you think. Still, that was the past. I'll never have to grovel for him again.
Sure, you can start over. You can be better than when he made you.
Exactly. I can be better than him. Stronger. More powerful. More.
The son is like, no, don't you dare go down an M route.
Pet buddies, that sort of thing. I've no objection to being nice, of course, once I have the power to bend others to my will.
You're free now, that's what matters.
What good is freedom if I'm always watching the shadows? No. I'll be safe when I'm powerful enough to grind chasm into the dust. Powerful enough to do whatever the hell I want.
The strong have the duty to protect the weak.
But in a piss-poor job then, the strong had 2 centuries to pluck me from torture. But no one came. No. It was the mind flayers that rescued me. They gave me the strength to take my own freedom. I'm embracing this power. You should too. What can I do for you?
Well, are you sure? And how can I help? With salutation.
Alright, level 2 spell slots. Bone chill. Okay, so then. Definitely invisibility. And see invisibility.
These things are still interesting.
What's on your mind? A question or a hobby?
Speak. It is done.
Soldier? Sounds boring. Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna take Shadowheart with for a while.
Well, that's...
What's next, I wonder?
Still breathing. Just like everything.
So, sorry. Which of us would you rather feed on if you had free reign?
Ah, well, no question. He's strong, fast, and righteous. And so there's no way.
Interesting.
You sound disappointed. I'll wait to you if you ask.
I'm sure you would. You don't sound so eager.
You two okay over there? Nothing!
The faded ghosts of fire. Need something?
An excerpt from the True and Impossible Adventures of Tenebrew Morrow, a pulp serial following the real-life exploits of an interplanar ship's captain. The real Captain Morrow is known to have never left her native Waterdeep and emerges from her rooms at Yawning Portal only to exchange scrawled manuscripts for fresh meals and ink. His red dragon thus dispatched, the knight had no choice but to leap for my ship.
My sweetheart soul. I prefer you safely.
This is what I get for trying to start a conversation.
Excuse me, I'm trying to read! Thus dispatched, the knight had no choice but to leap for my ship, crashing to the new bride's deck even as the mount was swallowed by an eerie gloom of the astral plane's shifting tides. Fateful Norrells is upon him instantaneously, clawing and biting, alas in vain. Astral projection thwarts even the fury of a tabaxian cabin boy, and the treacherous Githyanki only laugh at the Norrell's formless blows passed harmlessly through him. The knight's silver sword came about in an arc that missed the Norrells entirely, but neatly clipped the spiritual cord anchoring the tabaxi's starboard sword to the plane. I mourned as the faithful feline companion faded from existence, but did not hesitate. The Githyanki only smirked lazily at my charge, anticipating the futile efforts of another bound by the laws of this plane, but that is not and has never been Captain Tenebrew Morrow. Unlike poor Norrells, I had entered this plane in full-fleshed form, a fact I demonstrated by thumping the warrior solidly between the legs. He tumbled over the new bride's rail and down the mists, even as a fresh horde of dragons rose from the distant dead citadel of Tunarath. Warning to the Sword Coast. People of the Sword Coast, look around you. What do you see? A collection of gods-fearing humans, elves, dwarves, or infernal corruption of the divine image. tieflings wearing the devilish heritage for all to see walk among us as if they didn't know their existence and allegiance to the lords below. These hell-touched peoples have infiltrated our cities, our organizations, and even our families. They claim to be good all they wish. Would you believe the tiger who looks at you with dripping fangs if he said he ate nothing but vegetables? No, we can see their true nature plain as day. But they're not the only evil infiltrating the world. All around us, see drow, dweger, and other creatures of the Underdark strive for acceptance. But why should you accept them when their brothers raid our countryside and steal our children? Obviously, I'm not saying they should be cast out. Obviously, I'm not saying we should return these delinquents to the Underdark and drive the tieflings back to the hells from whence they came. But be wary of these peoples, my friends. Be suspicious when you see them, and especially suspicious when you do not. Ah, racist propaganda, I see. Alright, so pretty much once I go this direction, then I'm going to be initiating some of the Goblin Camp or a main quest. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it off there. Gonna see if there's anyone to raid, otherwise I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. Oh, Zachman's, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and raid Zachman, so thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Mario. Take care. Hang tight for a minute. Just gonna be here for a minute while I get this queued up. Alright, there we go. Bye-bye.